Good evening, all. We welcome you to the 8th day, last day of 1 week international conference. So we will start today's proceedings with the quiz. We request everyone, those who have registered already for the conference need not register for the quiz again. Those who have not registered for the conference, they need to register for the quiz. The quiz will be starting in another 2 minutes. The links has been already shared to you in email and also in chat box. It is also mentioned on the website here. You can see registration form is there. Now, as there is no time, you can fill the registration form after the quiz closes. You can click on the quiz link. Once you click on the quiz link, it will be showing you this form. As we have already mentioned, the form will open in another 2 minutes. We request everyone to open the quiz link in your devices and be ready. The form is going to open in 1 minute. Dear friends, we request everyone to open the quiz link in your browsers, in your devices, and be ready. You can refresh, you can open it again. To access the form at 6:10 exactly. Yeah, now you can refresh or click the link again. Here you can refresh the form. See, now the form is open, quiz is active. We request everyone to quickly attend to the quiz. The quiz will be for 20 minutes and it will be automatically closed at 6:30. You have 20 minutes. We request everyone to quickly submit by 6:29. We request everyone to open the quiz link in your browsers. Now the quiz is active. We request everyone to start attending to the quiz. You can see earlier it was like this. Now the quiz is open for the responses. We request everyone to quickly start attending to the quiz. In case if you are having any issues, you can use chat box. The links have been shared in chat box as well and to your email ID and on various social media handles, Facebook group, WhatsApp group. We request all the participants to quickly attend to the quiz. Dear friends, the quiz is active. We request everyone to quickly attend to the quiz. The quiz will end at 6:30 sharp. We request everyone to quickly attend to the quiz. The quiz link has been shared in the chat box and also shared to your email and in various social media handles. Dear friends, we request everyone to quickly attend to the quiz. The quiz has already started. The quiz will end at 6:30 p.m. exactly. We request everyone to submit by 6:29 p.m. Dear friends, we request everyone to quickly attend to the quiz. Dear friends, we request everyone quickly to attend the quiz. And submit. Do not forget to submit your quiz once you are done. Dear friends, we request everyone to attend to quiz. The quiz is open. The link has been shared to your email and is also available in chat box. Dear friends, we request everyone to quickly attend to the quiz. The environment quiz is active. It will be closed in another 6 minutes. Dear friends, we have just 4 minutes left. We request everyone to quickly attend to quiz and submit your responses. Dear friends, we request everyone to quickly attend to the quiz and submit your response. Quiz will be ended in another 2 minutes. Dear friends, quickly attend to quiz and submit your responses. The quiz will get closed in another 1.5 minutes. Dear friends, we are closing the quiz. Dear friends, we have closed the entries. Thank you, friends, for attempting the quiz. So those who have submitted till 6:30, they will be only considered for the merit certificates, and all others who have attempted will be getting the participation certificates. As we are receiving requests from many people, now we are keeping the quiz open only, but we are not issuing any merit certificates for those who have submitted after 6:30. So the quiz form is open for some time till the conference is there. You can try attempting the quiz, and based on your scores, we'll be giving you participation certificate only. So scores will not be considered for merit. You can attend to the quiz as per your convenience before the conference gets closed. So we will move on to our conference proceedings today. So we welcome you all once again to the 1-week international conference on occupational safety and health, food safety, oceans, environment, climate change, well-being, and sustainable development 2023. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, India's G20 presidency, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and World Health Organization 75th anniversary year. And we are also commemorating World Environment Day 2023, an international day for the fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and World Safety Day 2023, and World Oceans Day 2023, and also World Day Against Child Labor 2023. In collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, Pureit Foundation, Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development, and all other international multidisciplinary fraternity. So before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So today we have with us our chief guest for the day, Sri T. Vijay Kumar Garu, IAS, retired as former Special Secretary, Government of Telangana, Hyderabad, India. We welcome you, sir, for this 1-week international conference and invite you for your inaugural talk on global warming and climate change. Now you can unmute yourself, sir, start your video, and over to you for your session. Thank you once again for accepting our invitation and joining us. Over to you for your sessions.
Good evening, everybody. I don't think the video has started.
Yes, sir. We can see you. We can hear you.
Oh, Acha, you're able to see us? Fine, thanks. Yeah, I think I'll start. So, friends, good evening. Today I've been asked to kind of talk on global warming and climate change. This is currently the topic the whole world is engaged in, and everybody is doing their best to find a solution to this problem. So, welcome to a very short session on global warming and climate change. I will not spend much time on what is global warming and what is climate change, because all the participants are highly educated, highly enlightened, and everybody knows the problem statement. But this is a graphic from the IPCC latest report. Greenhouse gas emissions resulting from carbon dioxide in non-CO2 emissions, CO2 emissions, and CO2 emissions from fossil fuels. You can see the graph from 1850 to 2019. This is the latest report. The graph is self-explanatory. We can also look at it from other ways. Since the olden days, I think prior to 1850, carbon dioxide was only under 300, around 280 ppm, parts per million in the atmosphere. And in 2019, this has risen to more than 400. The current reading, I guess, is about 420, 421 ppm, parts per million of carbon dioxide. So almost, not exactly double, but almost doubled. And this rise in CO2 plus whatever methane we have, 1866 parts per billion, and NOx, nitrous fumes, nitrous oxide has remained fairly stable at about 300 odd parts per billion. These are the main greenhouse gases which currently have given, it is documented, the change in temperature, shift in global temperature is now accepted as 1.4 degrees Celsius. And by 2030, if nothing is done, we may, by 2050, we may reach 2 degrees Celsius, which is going to be catastrophic. So, basically, anthropogenic, human-caused warming and greenhouse gases dominated by CO2, methane, basically have already made an impact on this planet, and we can all see the impact. So it is already affecting the weather. There have been a lot of typhoons and hurricanes. In US, we have been hearing about them lately in the US. Most of Florida, I think 2 or 3 times, Florida, Alabama, they were, flood hit. And there are wildfires in Canada, which are kind of affecting even the US, New York, as of now, as of today. And climate extremes we are seeing today. I was not able to go out in the afternoon, heat wave still in June. And we have been seeing heavy precipitations, droughts, and tropical cyclones. The climate is out of whack already. And in urban settings, the climate change has adverse impacts on human health, adverse impact on livelihoods, and key infrastructure like roads. We are witnessing flooding of roads in Hyderabad every monsoon these days. So the climate is out of whack, and the research says that it is because of global warming. So people also have been searching for solutions like, okay, don't burn fossil fuels, don't burn coal, go for solar and wind power, these are renewables. Then we say, okay, transportation is 14% of the greenhouse gas emissions. as of now, and people are talking about battery operated transport vehicles. But again, the power for these battery operated transport vehicles comes from the 700 million tons of coal that Coal India produces every year. And all the coal fueled power plants spew carbon dioxide again into the atmosphere. So unless we go 100% solar and wind, I think battery operated transport may not make much sense for us in the country. But okay, these are all big issues which the policy at policy level, big people, politicians, global leaders have to decide. But is there anything we can do as a common man? Can we involve in climate change mitigation, climate crisis mitigation? Is there anything that you and me, for example, can start and help? I think the broad equation for this planet approximately is this. There are 750 billion tons of carbon dioxide above the Earth's surface in the Earth's atmosphere. And below the soil, there are 1,500 billion tons of carbon compounds below the ground in the soil. This is soil carbon. So what if we can sequestrate carbon? Can we put any of the 750 billion tons of carbon dioxide which is in the atmosphere down into the soil, into the earth, below ground? Maybe we can catch 100, 200, 300 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the soil. If we are able to do that, I think the carbon dioxide levels are going to reduce, and we may see a permanent drop in the global warming scenario, and the temperature might drop by a few points. This has also been discussed at Paris. They called it 4 per 1,000 initiative. They said roughly the 4 per 1,000 initiative is okay, soils for food security and climate. The worldwide healthy and carbon-rich soils can combat climate change and end hunger. The initiative was introduced in 2015 at the UNFCCC COP21 as part of the Lima Paris Plan of Action. Simply put, this is in 10 years' time, if you are able to put as much carbon dioxide inside the soil, into the soil, then the global warming may reduce by 0.4 degrees Celsius. That is a 4 per 1,000 initiative that was started in Paris in 2015. But it has become a big hit internationally. So far, more than 550 members. There are some countries, there are some partners, there are some corporates. It's a multi-stakeholder initiative. Educational institutions have joined, countries have signed, international and regional organizations have signed this and started working on it. Research and education, the students, the younger generation, they are participating. Then farmers organizations are participating, NGOs and civil societies. And now, because of the carbon credits market, private sector also started participating in this initiative. So what exactly is this? The beneficiaries basically will be farmers, farmer organizations, and forest department, forests, and planet Earth, of course. So here, regeneration will be the keyword from now on in the years to come. Means improving water, biodiversity, air, and above all the soils where it all began. The origin of life was in the soil. So the origin of life on Earth, plants, animals, and humans. So how we can improve this? The actions within 4 per 1,000 initiative consist in working on regeneration of soils mainly to improve the soil health with the help of carbon captured in the atmosphere by the plants and returned to the soil in the form of organic plant matter or animal origin. Before I go further, how exactly the carbon sequestration in the soil happens and what is the role of bacteria and fungi, biotechnology in this? I would like you to watch a small video around 6 minutes. Please bear with me for a 6-minute video. Control and back. Go back. I think you should press control. We are just working on the video. I would like you to just watch this. Please bear with me. Watch this video. And I think, yeah, this was done for some company, but the reason I put it here is it captures essence.
We can't see the video, neither.
The video is not visible?
No, sir.
Oh, video is not visible. Yeah, not visible.
You have to click share screen and select the window in which YouTube is.
Yeah, we are doing it.
Yeah.
Video is visible, Ravindra?
Now, yeah, now it's visible.
Okay.
You have to share sound also, computer sound, so that
Sound,
you can hear the
sound is also there?
No audio as of now.
Sound level. Yeah. Sound is there?
No, sir.
No.
Or you can share the link. I can play it from my side in the chat box.
Chat box will link under it. Yeah, we are sharing this link.
Yes. You can copy video URL and paste in chat box, sir. I will do it from my side.
Yeah. Yeah, did you get it?
Yes, I am open.
Yeah. He will run. Presentation page.
Is he playing?
Ravindra Garu, is the video being played?
Yes, sir. 1 second. I am opening the video.
Okay. Stop sharing. Let him play.
Yeah. Is there a problem, Ravindra? Is it playing?
Then we added micronutrients synthetically. What we were taught in school is that plants depend wholly is nitrogen. We made two fundamental mistakes. 1. Adding synthetic chemicals continuously. Fertilizers gave increased productivity. Over the years of fertilizer overuse, productivity declined. Crop vegetation grew weak, to farmers due to more fertilizer inputs and more pesticide, higher costs, lower yields, decreasing returns to farmers. Desertification of once fertile lands, fertilizer and toxic pesticide residues in crop produce. Fertilizer and pesticide-laden leachates reaching water bodies and polluting them. It is only dawning on us now that soil is a living system. Soils are alive and the organisms living in them, both large and small, play a critical role in maintaining a healthy soil system and healthy plants. A handful of soil contains billions of bacteria and fungi, plus other organisms, and soils are a major reservoir of life on Earth. Long-term extensive use of fertilizer leads to cancer.
पहले तो कोई घर लेवल आदमी को सुनते थे कैंसर है, अभी तो हर एक दुनिया से कैंसर के मरीज है जी।
हालात इतने खराब हैं कि राजस्थान के बीकानेर जिले के एक चैरिटेबल कैंसर अस्पताल जाने के लिए पंजाब से एक ट्रेन चलती है। भटिंडा से बीकानेर जाने वाली इस ट्रेन को कैंसर ट्रेन कहा जाता है।
भैया कैंसर ट्रेन कितने बजे आएगी? 9-10 तक आएगी यार।
पूरी गाड़ी में कैंसर के मरीज होते हैं, मतलब कि जब हम रिजर्वेशन कराते हैं तो उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा सीरियस मरीज होते हैं, वो भी कैंसर के होते हैं। कोई उसमें मतलब कि जॉब वाला आदमी नहीं होता, कोई NRI नहीं होता, कोई मतलब कि नौकरी पेशे से नहीं होता।
Microbiology is the foundation to a healthy production system. Soil biology control the chemical, which is the mineral. They also control the physical, which is soil structure, and they also control the biological properties of all soils. Every living plant that functions in these soils needs this triangle of chemistry, physiological structure, and biology to grow, reproduce, and produce nutrition. The soil food web is crucial for a healthy, productive soil. We have to have the different trophic levels of all the microorganisms groups functioning in not only the decomposition of the plant, but the control of pathogen, along with the nutrient production that comes naturally. We have the organic matter, which is from decomposing plants and animals. We get into the living organisms such as bacteria and fungi, which are your main decomposers. And then we get into the predatory type organism items in your higher levels that are your protozoa, your nematode, your shredders, your micro and macro, or the pods. These all have an interplay relationship in a healthy soil system. They all must be there for your soils to be functioning. Many farmers and producers are told that nitrogen is the most important mineral element in our fertility program. But it's not actually the most important component of plant growth is CO2 or carbon dioxide. As you look at plant growth and structure over time, a plant may emerge with 10 carbons to 1 nitrogen as it goes through its growth or vegetation stages. That carbon increases up to 20 to 1, 30 to 1, and even 40 to 1. By the time these plants start to get into reproduction and maturity, we are reaching 50 to 1, 70 to 1, even 100 to 1 carbons to 1 nitrogen. This means that we are accumulating carbon dioxide at 10, 20, 30, 50, or even 100 or more times at the rate that we are accumulating nitrogen. When we look at dead senescent plant growth, it has carbon-nitrogen ratio of 100, 250, 400 and more carbons to 1 nitrogen. And so it really is a carbon dioxide production that pushes plant growth. Yes, nitrogen, phos, potassium are all necessary, but they are not the driving forces behind plant production and plant biomass. Carbon dioxide is more important to high yield potential than nitrogen or any mineral element. When you learn to reproduce your fertility instead of buying it, your profit potential increases exponentially. In a functional biology system, nature provides a way for all of those minerals to be made available in a plant, available form through the cycling of microorganisms, through the predator-prey interaction in our soils. That process costs a fraction of refined chemical fertility. Plants with the proper nutrition have a genetic potential to produce yields far beyond what we're seeing with conventional fertilizers. Organic biofertilizers are the way forward to save our planet from a food crisis and saving our Mother Earth.
So, thank you, Austin. Yeah, thank you for watching this video. So basically what we understand here is it's carbon dioxide that is important for the soil food web. Sequestration of organic soil carbon is the most important thing in our global warming mitigation program. The trick is if you are able to add these microorganisms and these fungi, one particular fungi called the VAM, vesicular arbuscular mycorrhiza. The roots of a plant or a tree will have to then pay tax. That means it has to send 30 to 40% of its photosynthesis product, that is carbohydrate, sugars, whatever, as a root exudate to keep the microbes and fungi alive. In return, the microbes and fungi pay back. There are microbes which fix nitrogen, nitrosomonas and nitrobacter. They fix nitrogen, they are phosphate fixing bacteria, they are zinc fixing bacteria, potassium fixing. And fungi like mycorrhiza will develop hyphae. Hyphae is a long hair-like extension connected to the plant root, and it creates a lot of channels inside the plant, inside the earth, inside the soil, to such a depth that normal plant roots cannot reach. And these work as a subsoil channels for scavenging moisture, nutrients, and bring it back to the plant roots, and the plant or a tree that absorbs them. So there's an exchange happening. The carbohydrate, that is carbon, is getting inside the soil as a root exudate, and the nutrients are going to the leaf through the root, which are helped by the microbes and the fungi. So this symbiosis is what makes plants to sequestrate carbon into the soil. And this becomes food for the microbes, fungi, nematodes, protozoans, insects, etc. This concept is called the soil food web. So basically, the current crisis is that industrial agriculture, deforestation, erosion of land, all of these have killed the soil, and the soil is no more alive. So the current soils in their current form will not be able to sequestrate much carbon in their degraded state. So the global warming crisis could be equated just to this. The planet has dead soil, and we may plant trees, we may do afforestation, whatever, but unless the soils are rejuvenated, unless the microbes are there, unless the fungi is there, unless the exchange of carbon is happening, then there is no solution for the current crisis. So any amount of afforestation will not work, but we need these living, thriving organisms to kind of kickstart the soil regeneration. The soil has to be a living soil. Then basically, what do we need to do? We need to add these microbes, add this fungi, along with farmyard manure, which acts as a microbial food. And to retain moisture, maybe we need to add some coco peat and multiply the microbes in the soil as an urgent intervention. So the climate crisis basically is a lack of microbes in the soil. What happens when we work with fertilizers? The plants become lazy because nitrogen is available freely. So the plants and trees forget to pay their tax. There is no root exudate. There is no carbon getting into the soil in the form of sugar or carbohydrate. And the plant just simply takes up the nitrogen and doesn't leave any carbon inside the soil. So the microbes die, the soil dies. So when we are doing the plantation program, so maybe we can come to this part. Where can we start this? Means it's anywhere. Since we are all living in cities, why not we start with urban landscapes, street edges, colonies, communities, your villas, gated communities, municipal parks, road medians. We can grow creepers along the flyovers. Urban farming in balconies, rooftops. We should create a rooftop. Why we should create a rooftop which creates an urban heat island effect by reflecting the infrared radiation into the atmosphere? We can cover all the roofs with plants, maybe flowering plants or vegetable plants. We can cover the highway edges. We can cover degraded, eroded lands in rural settings, deserts. So this concept works everywhere and can be used anywhere. And anyone can do it. Even the common man can do it. This is the essence of permaculture. Basically, permaculture is a type of, it's the same concept, but in permaculture, we don't add the microbes and fungi in such large quantities. So permaculture takes a few years to decompose. It is basically decomposing the plant material and twigs, leaves and twigs, and then the microbes will start functioning. They grow and start functioning. But essentially, the concept is the same. Permaculture is basically no-till agriculture. We also use manure from poultry and use rotational grazing. And for furthering the decomposition, we add dead leaves, twigs, wood chips, mulch, etc. into the soil. That's basically permaculture. The word permaculture is basically now in currency. People started using it. So I'll not take much of your time. For further reading on permaculture, we can Google Bill Mollison, David Holmgren, Geoff Lawson, Andrew Millison. And there's a concept of urban food forest. Can the municipalities in the open areas, can they create some kind of an urban food forest? Poor people can benefit from that. They can get some food. The birds can get some food. Animals can get some food. There's a serious animal-human problem going on in the urban areas right now. I think in Hyderabad also we see dogs biting humans most of the time, and dogs have become a menace. In rural areas of Telangana, monkeys have become a menace. The issue is that humans have become so selfish that we are not able to care for the other species on the planet. And yeah, if it is human greed and we allow other species not to coexist, I think the whole planet is in danger. So urban food forests, for further reading, you can Google Mora Gamble and James Perigioni. James Perigioni is practicing this urban food forest in New Jersey in US, and he has created many small 1 acre, half acre urban food forest plots in America. Then there's a new concept happening in Africa, and this is called farmer managed natural regeneration. You can Google Tony Rinaldo, who's an Australian who has relocated himself and spending most of his time in the Sahara Desert and the Sahel place. And we may get surprised. Can anyone green the Sahara or the Thar Desert of India or the Gobi Desert of China? Yeah, it is possible. Bear with me for another 6 more minutes, then we'll have a Q&A session. There is a small video on the farmer managed natural regeneration concept. And we can see in the video that the Sahel region, the Sahara region, where plants are growing. We will share this to Ravindra Garu. It won't be. We can share the link if you are not able to kind of play it here. Yeah, can we share the link?
First we'll see whether they are audible.
Diploma share the link. Ravindra Garu, are you able to see the video and hear?
Yes, sir, we can see, but we can't hear the sound.
Okay, we'll share the link. We'll share the link.
Or in the share settings, na, sir, you can enable computer audio.
Computer audio setting on that. Share setting. Is there a share setting?
System.
I think you can share.
Okay, sir, you can share in chat.
Share, I think, is not working with audio. Then we can share the link. We are sharing the link. I think there is some issue
Okay, sir.
with the video. Yeah, we can paste the link, the chat box. We are pasting this link in the chat box. Please help us, Ravindra Garu.
Yes, sir, I'm opening.
The link is there in the chat box.
Yeah, give me a second.
Wouldn't you like the freedom to work from anywhere?
Greening a desert, I think, is a challenging concept.
It's no
But
surprise that
fortunately for the planet, it can happen.
The province presents how the Sahara Desert
So
is
greening our urban and rural spaces is a much easier concept. Sir, are you able to play the video? Yeah. Thank you.
Oasis. The Sahara Desert occupies a generous portion of northern Africa. Its radius is 3,000 kilometers. The Sahara Desert is encircled by the Atlantic Ocean, Atlas Mountains.
I think you should put the volume up.
Red Sea, and the Sahel. Between moist savannas and the Sahara lies an area known as the Sahel. The Sahara's expansion is threatened by droughts, overgrazing, and land usage in the semi-arid Sahel. Things are quickly becoming
What's
worse.
the maximum value
The loss
for
of agricultural
volume
land
for this video?
exacerbates several social problems, including hunger, poverty, unemployment, forced migration, conflict, and severe weather. Niger has achieved extraordinary agricultural success in the African Sahara, converting deserts into arable land. 2.5 million Nigerians have profited from planting 200 million trees on 5 million hectares of land. The average annual rainfall in the US is around 6.5 inches. The Niger River inspired the name of the landlocked Republic of Niger. The Sahara Desert occupies
This is the Sahel
80% of the
region of
country.
Niger.
Because of the Sahel's
This is the
poor
north of
soil,
Sahara.
erratic rainfall patterns, and extended droughts, crops there are challenging to grow. Farmers lost a lot of trees throughout the 1970s and 1980s due to a shortage of cropland and a rise in demand. Wind erosion was a factor in several crop failures. More than 700 million square kilometers of degraded land may be restored in Africa, despite the continent losing 4 million hectares of forest each year. Farmers may decide to rehabilitate damaged land rather than a clear new forest, just to accommodate Africa's expanding population. Rural farming areas benefit socially and economically. Several methods are used to convert this area of the Sahara into a field for agriculture. Keep watching this video for us. First, we may explain the farmer-managed natural regeneration, or FMNR approach, which promotes the growth of trees and plants from tree stumps, roots, and seeds on degraded soils, such as those used for farming and caring for them once they do. Agroforestry, or growing trees
The
and crops
branches
together in this
which
fashion,
obstruct the
benefits
sunlight are
farmers,
being just cut
crops,
away,
the environment,
the tree can
and
grow
animals
taller.
in many ways. In
The
Niger,
roots of the
where
tree will
FMNR is
sequestrate
operated, 5 million hectares of
nutrients,
agriculture that was once treeless are
which
now
will be
green
made available
once
to the
again.
crops.
The FMNR method aids in regaining trees and plants from stumps, roots, and seeds found in agriculturally used soils and other degraded soils. After the trees and bushes regrow, they must be maintained. The soil's fertility and moisture are improved for crops cultivated with them after these new woody plants have taken root in agricultural fields. Agroforestry is the term for this. The news from Niger gave people optimism that a low-tech, low-cost approach would succeed after many years of unsuccessful tree planting initiatives. Researchers discovered that FMNR improved the environment, lifted incomes, and increased grain yields by 30%. The second is the creation of crops in sub-Saharan desert half-moon holes. No, We are not discussing any movies here. Instead, a breakthrough water trapping technique has enabled one of sub-Saharan Africa's most hostile regions to flourish. Nigeria has 500 million millimeters of rain per year in the south and 200 millimeters in the north. Retaining the water in a form that plants may easily utilize is tough. Demi-lunes are a remedy for this issue. Small earthen embankments known as demi-lunes are built by hand, akin to a soile. On the bare grounds, a semicircle is drawn using an A-frame that has been rotated. Pickaxes are used to pierce the ground's surface, while spades are used to remove the soil. Little earthen bunds, or dikes, are built around the semicircle's arc. The demi-lunes, which have been covered with manure and compost, are seated inside and outside. Demi-lunes perform best when built on slopes with less than a 2% gradient. The bund's capacity to retain runoff water helps the demi-lunes when it rains. The percolating water from the reservoir is used for substance irrigation. Demi-lunes are used to cultivate sorghum, millet, and animal feed. Additionally, they could support the growth of nearby trees. They may be created fast and easily maintained with only a few hand tools. In Niger, a few non-governmental organizations, or NGOs, are working on demi-lune construction projects and paying their workers with food. Similar water collection practices, such as Zayi planting trenches, are used throughout West Africa and other continent regions. Zayi pits, smaller than demi-lunes pits in size, may be used to grow and maintain trees, shrubs, and subsistence crops. Finally, let's discuss a unique tree that might promote Sahel's peace. The best gum Arabic tree, Acai Senegal, thrives in the soil and climate of the Sahel. It endures droughts of 11 months. Benefits for the environment, economy, and society abounds. Egyptian pharaohs first traded their sap for money. Gum Arabic derived E414 sustains froth in sodas, candies, inks, medicines, and beer. The environmental security of Sahel could be enhanced by gum Arabic. The nitrogen-fixing plants, which absorbs the gas from the atmosphere and transforms it into the soil, include the acai gum tree. They act as organic fertilizers. Because of their wide, deep roots, these trees can withstand droughts and help stop desertification and erosion. Because of this, the acai is a pioneer in barren areas. After being planted, acai promotes the growth of surrounding plants. Niger agronomists use the tree's ecological advantages for environmentally friendly land management. In a place where 80% of the population depends on nature, restoring and regreening the land minimizes violence. Gum Arabic enhances societal and economical stability. Since gum supplies the needed additive or emulsifier for a multinational corporation, it is a commercially viable good. Locally, women and animal herders handpick resin or harden acai tree sap. Brokers go to the conventional markets to buy it. What do you think about the Sahara developing into an agricultural oasis? And what native techniques come to mind that would aid in its development? If you believe the team did such a fantastic job creating such material for you, please let us know in the comment section down below and consider subscribing. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Wouldn't you like the freedom to work?
Yeah. So thanks viewers, thank you sirs. Basically, this was done by presentation. This was done by Tony Rinaldo, is an Australian basically, but he has he's gone to Africa and in 5-6 years time, he has shown that the Sahel region, which is north of Sahara, can be green by a simple technique. This technique is called farmer. You can Google this. Farmer Managed Natural Regeneration by Tony Rinaldo. And now countries like Niger and all, they sell this gum arabica, which is a very valuable product, gum product. It has been since early Egyptian Mesopotamian civilization. So basically it was a regeneration, and mostly the bigger trees are able to reach deeper and are able to sequestrate carbon and make the microbes and fungi come alive, and then the crops can be grown near the trees. They are cutting away the branches to allow more sunlight for the crops. So the crops and the trees live in symbiosis, and better crops are grown and the trees are able to sequestrate more carbon. I think the critical idea here in today's presentation is that, okay, permaculture will take some years to regenerate. There are other techniques as well, but can we kickstart and push a fast forward button for soil regeneration by adding more microbes into the soil, more fungi into the soil? Can we take the help of biotechnology to kickstart soil regeneration and process so that more carbon gets sequestered into the soil quickly and the global temperatures cool down a bit? So this is, I think, the gist of the presentation today. Thank you for listening to me patiently. I think, Ravinder sir, we can throw the field open for a few questions. I am here to take some questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing wonderful insights. We have seen the deserts are being converted into green lands. So before I open the forum for questions, so I have one query, sir. Why our green lands are being deserted? The reverse phenomenon is being seen here.
Any Ravinder sir, we can moderate.
Yes, sir. One query, sir. Can you
I'm
hear
not
me,
able
sir?
to hear, actually. Mana volume better.
Sir, can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
So, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Any questions for me?
Yeah. Yeah, Raidu Garu, you can unmute yourself.
Sir, good evening. Your lecture is very interesting for us, and I have learned that we used to call the earth is living only because of these microbes and other nematodes, earthworms, and other fungi and other etc. etc. They're all. That's why we call it as living earth. As you rightly said, we are killing our earth. And putting a lot of fertilizers and pesticides into it, and chemically we are killing our mother earth. To stop this organic farming has taken into step now, and a lot of people are going back to that practice and trying to do a lot of work. There are some good firms that are coming out. I know about 7 companies who are doing this fungi and bacteria enrichment formulae. They are doing it for. They are helping in Tamil Nadu, then Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. I know some few companies who are doing this work. And one more question for me is that how what kind of plants that they grow in Sahara Desert in Africa?
Yeah, basically these are xerophytes, thorny plants. There is something called gum arabica.
Yeah.
So I think this is the resin of this plant tree. Is basically a very valuable spice. It's a gum.
Yes.
So it has a lot. Actually, in the olden days, this gum is used like currency.
Correct.
So it's a very valuable. So in the Saharan area, this basically this xerophytes are being mostly regenerated.
Acacia arabica.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
For the Indian setting, we can select. I mean, in the tropical climates, we can select broad-leaved plants. We can Google one guy called People Baba. He has already planted 10 crore people trees.
Yes.
In Rajasthan, around Rajasthan.
I know, sir.
Yeah. People Baba can help us. I mean, depends on the microclimatic regions, which species to kind of select. Bill Mollison talks about the guild, which plants together will grow together and have a better symbiosis. So that needs to be researched for each agroclimatic zone. Thanks for your question, Raidu Garu. And if these companies, which are biotechnology companies, are big and they are having profits, we can also request them for some CSR for our Pure Earth Foundation, so that we can start something in our colleges, schools. Their CSR can help us to further their concept. Thank you.
In fact, these companies are only startups. They have started recently, and they are trying it vastly in the farmlands, and trying in small patches as an experimental basis, and trying to develop what kind of they're doing the soil tests, and then finding out what kind of microbes are available, what is lacking, and those things are being done. These are all. I have these startup companies. They're all. They are not CSR attracted companies as it.
Let's hope they'll grow big someday and help us.
Yeah, definitely, sir, definitely.
Yeah,
I'll in fact wanted to bring them into our forum.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Thank you very much.
We'll also try and pick some biotech companies from Hyderabad. They can help us. I mean, see, basically, we are only spreading the concept, so they can help us taking this further.
Yeah, we'll rope in a lot of people into this, sir, because this is the order of the day that we have to look back for our old farming technique and enrich our soil. That is most important now.
Thanks, Rayud Garu, for your interest. We'll work together.
Sir. Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Is my voice audible?
Hi, Jayantu.
Yeah. Namaste to everybody. And very good evening from NIT Rourkela.
Thank you.
I felt very happy to hear to our senior and on very good topic on which we were more concerned nowadays. And I, as a member of our Orissa State Pollution Control Board for various committees since 2007, I'm more concerned about the issues, and we were there recently in the last month with Pure Earth Foundation in a conference. I'm very happy to hear this, and we have some queries I have written in the chat box just for giving more awareness for our public audience, where these microbes, whatever you said, fungi, microbes, where it is available so that people can implement easily, and some sources so that this can be implemented at many places in a wide scale.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Professor Jayantu Garu. I think we were the culprits, mining coal and creating all the problems for the planet. And now basically we changed our avatars in 2023 and trying to kind of mitigate the problems. And with your help and cooperation, we can spread this message in Coal India as well.
We were discussing this issue recently with our PM Prasad Garu, who is a CCL CMD, and of course selected for CMD for Coal India. We were there together for 2 days in a conference in Delhi, where our ministers, secretaries, and all CMDs were there. I was a panel member in that and resource person. I will be sharing all that information.
Yeah, great.
To you. And he was mentioning about you also.
Oh, thank you.
Our PM Prasad Garu was mentioning in his office and Delhi about you. And your help will be is very much required.
Thank you, because the coal mines are basically laying large areas open by open pit mining and injuring the planet Earth, and they are under obligation from MOF, Ministry of Environment, Forest, to put some green cover. So maybe we can help in greening these areas which were otherwise barren. If Sahara can be green, definitely India, injured parts of India can as well be green. And about this microbes and fungi, I am in touch with 1 or 2 biotech companies in Hyderabad, and they can also share the product on some discount for educational institutions and all. I can talk to them and ask them to give some discounts on the MRP. They may not be able to do it free, but they'll give massive discounts. And we can, and these are all in powder form, basically nowadays. So this can be sent to you as well, where you can try out, and then you can measure how much carbon has been sequestrated after a few years. You can take a baseline reading now, and then after a few years of using these microbes and fungi, you can also measure the carbon in the soil through proximate analysis. and see if more carbon is being sequestrated. So we can do a study on that. I can rope in some biotech companies. Raidu Garu also said he knows some companies. So basically, these microbes are there. We just need to put them in the soil. Thanks for your question.
Okay, thank you very much. And that
we'll discuss offline.
That is shared in the chat box for the
I'll
audience.
go through the I'll go through the
for the audience, and that will be really useful. And you being a mining engineer, we hope and expect a lot of contributions from you.
Sure, from now on.
All mining areas. Which are becoming deserts now, let us make it green fields.
Yes.
So thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Jai Bharat. Jai Hind. Thank you. Any questions, sir? Any further questions I can take? Somebody raise a hand here. Overall? Ravinder sir, any more questions?
Sir, there is one query from Dr. Vijaya.
Yeah.
Sir, regeneration in desert is interesting. How about supply of water for vegetation?
Yeah. Basically, it is not that the deserts get zero rainfall. We have seen in the data when we shared this video that annually they get about 6 inches of rainfall, 6.5 inches in the whole season. And they were digging these pits to catch that moisture. So a small beginning has to be made somewhere. And if we are able to grow at least some trees, some plants, some trees, if there's a green leaf, then there's a concept called evapotranspiration. If it's a big tree and it's in the atmosphere, the trees can catch the atmospheric moisture and then make it rain, because the trees also will catch some particles, dust, pollen, which acts as a nuclei for the moisture to kind of consolidate, condensate on these surfaces, and rain actually happens. So it's not that desert areas have zero rainfall, they have minimal rainfall. And the trick is to catch this rainfall and make use of it for growing something. It will be slow, but it happens. I hope I have answered Vijay Garu's question.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Anyone else would like to share your feedback, queries? Feel free to.
Hello, good evening, Vijay Kumar, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Sir, good evening, sir. This is Srinivasrao Kanaparthi from KSM 1995, yes, sir.
Oh, welcome, welcome. Srinivasrao, you are my junior. Yeah.
95, yes, sir. I have done my MTech from IIT Bombay also.
Oh, great.
So I do participate in this environmental discussions and all. Thank you for Jain, sir. He has informed me about your webinar. So I will little late I have joined, sir. It is wonderful to hear on this particular topic, sir, regarding soil nutrition, soil fertilization, and mitigating
regenerating the dead soils into a living ecosystem. Yeah.
Exactly, sir. Actually, yeah, even my native place is from Peddapalli of Karimnagar district, sir, former Karimnagar district.
Yeah.
So here also, sir, farmers are very aggressive. Even since childhood, I am seeing, sir, farmers are very aggressive in using excessive chemical fertilizers, actually.
Yes.
So, I mean, even recently, even yesterday, I have seen, and even this week, I have seen, sir, farmers are burning like a wild. I'm not understanding. Day by day, we are becoming worse, sir, in the farming practices and farming related ecosystem. So,
correct.
People are burning, sir, unnecessary. I mean, we cannot control that to fires, actually. So, I mean, strong. So, I cannot talk much. I cannot take much. So, I mean, strong education from people like you are required. That is my point, sir. Please, sir. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you for your inputs. We need to talk to the agriculture scientists. We need to get the extension on it. We need to talk to manage. We need to talk to NIRD. We need to talk to agriculture universities, because 50, 60 years ago, we gave Norman Borlaug Award we instituted an award called Norman Borlaug Award in the name of Borlaug, who was working with, he was a precursor to Dr. M.S. Swaminathan of the Green Revolution. So at that point of time, it looked relevant. That was a limited science available then. And we thought, okay, with fertilizers, we can grow more food, we can feed the planet. And with fertilizers, I mean, the living ecosystem inside the soil died off because the crops and plants became lazy. They didn't give the exudates into the soil. The microorganisms died. So pests came up, and to kill the pest, we invented pesticides. Actually, the first pesticide that has come from Monsanto basically was Agent Orange used in Vietnam War. That was a modification. Agent Orange modification is the first pesticide. So basically, they would kill everything. And after some time, I think unless you add more pesticide, unless you add more fertilizer, we will be seeing diminishing results in agriculture, industrial agriculture. So basically, this is all a matter of extension now. Whatever we did in Green Revolution, now we have to supersede it with the new knowledge of rejuvenating the soils, sequestrating carbon, and creating a soil food web with biotechnology. Thank you, Srinivas Garu.
Thank you, Vijay Kumar sir. I will greet you one day, sir, in Hyderabad. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure, Srinivas.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself. Anyone else would like to share? You can raise your hand or use your chat box.
Good evening, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to raise my opinion. Actually, it is a very incredible session, sir. I learned a lot of new points and I gained a lot of knowledge. All the best, sir. God bless you. Take care, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Mary Florence. Can I know where are you from? What do you work? Where do you work?
No, I'm basically a MSW professional, sir, Master of Social Work. I'm a psychological counselor.
Oh, great. I think you can do a lot of work in the field. Are you in Andhra Pradesh or elsewhere?
No, I'm in Bangalore, sir, Karnataka.
Oh, yeah. So thanks for participating.
I learned a lot, sir, from your session.
Yeah, thank you. We'll keep meeting here on this forum.
Okay,
and
sir. Thank you very much.
yeah,
Sir.
thank you so much.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you. God bless you too.
Thank you, Mary. Anyone else would like to share? Feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand or use chat box.
Chat box beta na usna hai.
There is one comment from TG Sujata. Government has also done canals in Rajasthan.
Yeah, the Rajasthan canal basically acts as a berm and works as in permaculture terms, we call them swales. The bund of the canal also holds water which runs off from the Rajasthan desert. And because of the canal, a few yards away from the canal, we see the tree lines. I mean, basic tree line coming up. We can see from an airplane. The trees are growing some 100, 150 meters from the canal bund. This is because the bund acts as a swale and the runoff water gets collected. And because of the water that has been caught, trees are growing in Rajasthan desert.
If there are no other queries, Vijay Kumar garu, are you able to hear my voice?
Yeah, sure, Professor.
Yes, because last question should be very sweet and beautiful. Last but not the least, if there are other queries, because I know that you have a lot of knowledge about so many subjects. Being a gold medalist from our KSM, you have done a lot of contributions. Recently, this carbon sequestration, many people are doing a lot of work. In fact, I had a paper, small paper, brief paper, which was also awarded Institution of Engineers award in one Congress.
So congratulations, yeah, Professor sir.
Along with my daughter and ChanOne garu, who is our super senior, 80 years plus.
Yes.
So can you throw some more light, if time permits, related to this carbon dioxide, this sequestration issues? Because we have been talking about this over so many years. What is the status? Because you have given a lot of figures also, especially whether it is in Telangana or as a whole in the country. What is that status? What our next generation should do? Some more research on that.
Thanks for your question, but I don't have the statistics of who is doing what on carbon sequestration. But basically, I'll just explain the concept. Carbon sequestration is nothing but catching the atmospheric carbon dioxide somehow and holding it somewhere so that it doesn't warm or give rise to risen temperatures. There are some companies which are the chimneys, they are catching the exhaust fumes, exhaust gases from the chimneys, and through a pipeline, they are sending it into the ocean. So I think they hope to kind of bury the carbon dioxide under the ocean water. That's one form of carbon sequestration that has been happening. And I talked about soil sequestration through organic means. That's another methodology that we can do. And instead of most of the Western countries, instead of using electricity for heating and cooling, now the concept of heat pipes has come. So the heat pipe is basically a refrigerant which at any temperature, it will take the available heat and circulate the heat. So like an air conditioner in winter in the Western countries, in American situation, you have heat coming up from your AC duct. So that is through heat pumps. So basically, this is another form of carbon sequestration. And then we have also been hearing about net zero.
Right.
Net zero is basically, okay, you burn your fossil fuels, okay. And if there is some way to measure how much carbon dioxide you have put into the atmosphere, if you are able to sequestrate equivalent amount, then it is called net zero. If you are not able to do it, you can buy credits from someone who are doing it.
Yes.
So that's the concept of carbon credits. There are a lot of companies now coming up, creating a carbon exchange and exchanging these carbon credits like stock market. So if the planet has to survive, I think a lot of ideas like this need to be in place. These are some of the ways we can sequestrate.
Yes. Since you raised the issue of net zero, because we have been aiming for 2040, 50, now people pushed it to 2070. I hope it is getting postponed to achieve that, whether it is in the different international forums, including Davos and whatever. Because I used to learn a little bit through my daughter, Singham Jayadarshana, who is a senior AI developer. She's also co-author with me in that carbon sequestration paper.
Yeah, the world is moving towards 2030, but somehow we are behind in this. We are almost 20% or 25% of the global population, and we want to push net zero to 2070.
Yes.
Not a good idea, but I think we need more education. The people of the country need more education on this.
I think we can, when we consider carrying capacity of air, water, and other issues, that may come down to 60 or 65. And that's what is just my personal observation.
If you push the biotechnology, if you push the microbes and fungi, I think possible.
I am working with different groups, transdisciplinary, translational, industry-oriented group, including biomedical, biotechnology. I have a MOU with LV Prasad Institute and so many things like that. Thank you very much for a nice
thanks, Professor. We'll discuss offline.
My beautiful and sweet question was answered nicely before dinner. Of course, my dinner time is 7 p.m.
Oh,
over.
So, bon appetit.
Home Minister Gali de rahi hai abhi.
Bon appetit.
Oh, right. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So if there are no further questions, I'll hand it over to Dr. Jayachandra Garu, and maybe any questions posted, or I can, my WhatsApp number is 949114411. 949114411. anyone can message me on any query on this topic. I'll be happy to answer. Thank you so much. Thanks, Dr. Ravindra Garu.
Thank you, sir. So there is one last query in chat box. If it's good if we introduce concept of carbon credit so that the soil as well as the farmers get benefit out of it. As a policy makers, you can make it possible. Any comment on this, sir?
Hello? Yeah.
Sir, one message is there. If we, it's good if we introduce the concept of carbon credit so that the soil as well as the farmers get benefit out of it. As a policy makers, you can make it possible. Any suggestions or any comments on this?
It's a great idea. I mean, if the farmers take it on themselves to sequester carbon through the use of organic farmyard manure, organic fertilizers and microbes, nothing like it. I mean, you have almost 500 million farmers in the country. So if they all do their bit, I think the planet will cool down faster. So we'll have to influence the policymakers on this. I mean, the policymakers and the administrators need to understand that the farmers are capable of sequestrating more carbon than all the great initiatives. If they're convinced, I think that's a good solution. We can, I mean, the farmers can earn through carbon credits. That's a great idea. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think more students and or NGOs or citizens have to be proactive in making requests to various bodies and governments, departments, requesting awareness. Awareness at a grassroots level is lacking even after 75 years of independence. Though we have developed premier institutions, but it is still not reaching the grassroots level. Even among the educated also, because we are either specialized and super specialized. We do not have this multidisciplinary approach. We are only restricted to one or other discipline. So we are also lacking this multidisciplinary approach. So we have to move on to multidisciplinary approach, and we need to create a lot of awareness at the grassroots level, because they are the ones who are going to get the actual benefit of all the research and development that is happening in the premier institutes. Yeah. So rightly said and pointed out by all our eminent speakers. So we thank you, sir. We look forward for more sessions, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ravindra Garu. I understand you are from Osmania, a lot of rooftop area. Can all the students put up rooftop gardens and do some rooftop carbon sequestration? Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Definitely, we need your support. You know about Osmania more than me. So what is lacking, you know very well. With your support, definitely we'll do it.
Yeah, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Take over, please.
So we will move on to our next session by Dr. K. Jayachandra. He is scientific consultant and also vice president for Pure Earth Foundation. And we welcome you, sir, for your session on role of individual, society, and government in combating pollutions. Over to you for your session.
Yeah, thank you, Ravindra Garu. So it was a wonderful program in the last 8 days. Is my presentation visible?
Not yet, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. Now it's visible.
Yeah, it's visible. So since
Possible you can make it full screen, otherwise also fine.
yeah, fine. Both ways.
Yeah, now it's full screen. Please continue.
Yes. So last 8 days, I hope many of the participants, they were consistent, listening to wonderful lectures by eminent personalities in various topics on environment and earth and all the issues pertaining to this, the dangers of pollution and most of other negative activity by human on this planet. So we had a consistent lectures on different topics, and adding to that, I just share few things about this World Environment Day, which we are from our program concluding today. The World Environment Program, as even earlier I spoke, which was initiated from 1973, June 5th. Prior to that year, there was a international conference called Stockholm Conference, held in the 1972, and a decision to celebrate a day on environment on every June 5th, because so many topics are there which are causing issues with the Earth's environment. So that is why the environmental issues, one by one, according to that particular years, something is alarming. So they used to bring up that as a topic, as a focal theme. And then like that, from 1973 to 2023, as I already told earlier, the beginning of this program, the day was celebrated successfully 50 years, and this is the 51st year, World Environment Day. And if you look at the issues discussed on all these years, to see, these are the issues that what I mentioned here, you are seeing in the slide, that marine pollution, this what SAR spoke on global warming, climate changes, that weather changes, and individual resources, impact of these changes, environmental changes and human activity on each and every natural resources, water bodies, and then the vegetation, that is forest resources, and then even air, which is very the first resource for life to, particularly human life, to survive. So like that, every resource and how it is getting polluted and what is the dangers. So accordingly, these topics were chosen, and governments, NGOs, education institutions, and all these people, they tried their bit in creating awareness and moving it forward, and actions also were taken according to that across the globe. So should follow this, should follow that, should dedicate more land for nature, like reserved forest, and this is all happening. And if you look at all this, we didn't find a problem of pollution, plastic pollution in this, all the, I can say the first 25 to 30 years of this World Environment Day. That means till 1995, around that period, or at least 90s, I can say 1990s, 80s, all this period, at least first 25 years, we don't had a topic on plastic pollution, because there was no plastic danger, but the plastic was there, but not the single-use plastic. this is very interesting change we have to observe. So this came only in the last 2 decades or 2.5 decades. So everything starts with a small, like if you look at pollution, whether it is let me go back. Okay. Yeah, whether it is plastic or any pollution, air pollution, your light pollution, everything. Pollution is a kind of, it's a poison, something. Of course, we'll have, I think, somewhere separate slide also on that. So before this talking about pollutions, I think this slide, because this was the first theme of World Environment Day, only one Earth. This is the focal theme of 1973 World Environment Day, first World Environment Day theme. Because if you see, the Earth has all the favorable conditions for entire biolife, including human being and every creature on this Earth, even on subsurface, surface, and surrounding. So we have life in all, either surface, subsurface, and surrounding Earth also. So for entire this life, there was wonderful environment which is very, very suitable, and such environment was there only with planet Earth. That is why they want to educate, create awareness that this is only planet where this kind of environment is there, and you can say it is only heaven, only known heaven for millions of biolife. Particularly, you see, maybe in the next slides, you will understand the light is the prime resource for all the living creatures. Imagine if there is no light reaching on surface of Earth. Earth itself is not seen by anybody. And what is exactly light? We'll understand in coming slides. Because it is the radiation coming from sun. So along with light, so many other radiations coming, that in detail we'll discuss. Now see another interesting thing. The air, whatever atmosphere, Earth close few kilometers extent from surface of Earth, that is called Earth atmosphere, where it has oxygen and nitrogen as the major components of Earth atmosphere. And this oxygen, if you move beyond some 13-15 kilometers, the oxygen is there, it is called ozone. It is not in the oxygen molecule, it is in the atomic state. Atomic state combined with the 3 atoms of oxygen, again forming the ozone. That is a different air. Practically, ozone and oxygen, the difference is ozone is too thin with very, very less density. It is not suitable for breathing. That means you cannot breathe it. Even you breathe it, the entire blood will become like water. So then you see blood thinners or whatever issues you are able to see. If too much blood thinner, even a minor cut to your body, the entire blood will come out. You cannot stop it. Like that, the ozone or any other molecular state of oxygen other than O2 is not suitable for life. The wonderful molecular state O2, which has with the correct density, suitable for breathing. So many animals and including human being. So human being is also part of animal. So all animals, they need this kind of right density oxygen to breathe and then to survive. Similarly, water. We have witnessed the ocean classes. Water with 3/4 on surface of Earth and that is the major source of food. The entire marine seafood is I think it will be more than 50% food component of all the creatures on surface. So you get more than 50% from marine, from sea only. And another interesting thing is the surface temperature. See, this is very, we'll come back. I will show one slide here. Yes, this is the surface temperature. You see here, except planet Earth, whose surface temperature is 16 degrees centigrade, average surface temperature of Earth, 16 degrees, and check the other temperatures, 471 degrees centigrade in Venus, and there is a minus, and this is 430 degrees in Mercury, and too much low in the night. Mercury is a very extreme situations. One is the daytime, it goes to 430 degrees, and night it goes to minus degrees. You can't, nothing will survive in that, in the day or in the night. Similarly, you can see the other planets of the solar family. No planet has this kind of surface temperature, which is average 60 degrees centigrade. And you look at the surface temperatures in the various decades in the history. This is the average, that is in centigrade you observe, and 2000 year it came up to 14.5. Already 2022 itself, it raised almost 1 degree. Now even our Vijay Kumar sir told, in next few, maybe because each one next few decades or next century, it will raise by 2 degrees. So that is very dangerous. So this is the reason only Earth has that beautiful, sustaining temperature, surface temperature. Though it is cool at one part, hot at, because we are at 40 plus degrees also we reach in summer, but there are countries where it is single digit degrees, 0 degrees. So these are all the wonderful combination of the whole Earth, and it's a heaven for all the biolife. Another major resource, soil. Sir gave a lot of information. Maybe it can be a solution to the future to reduce the global warming, by strengthening the soil fertility and soil capability, so that it can sequestration can be done, more carbon dioxide can be trapped, and which is causing heating up or warming up the planet may be reduced. That is a wonderful solution. That means it is another important natural resource. And because of that only, we have crops, we have the whatever tree, the other 50% of food for every creature. I'm not talking about human being. Every creature, the soil is the one side, water, like oceans are supplying some percentage, 50%. The soil, the right soil suitable for crops and tree growth is giving other 50% of food to this, the biolife, the entire creatures. And of course, for development and other activities, we have wonderful resources in the earth crust. So with all these kind of gifts we have from the nature, we have a earth, our own earth is a heaven. People talks about heaven is something else, but nobody is seen, nobody knows. But I am telling here, as a scientist, there is no other heaven other than earth. You just check with your grandparents, people with more than 50 years, more than 80 years, 70 years like that. They can talk about the environment those days without all these kind of pollutions, all these kind of threats due to the human activity. If you imagine, without Earth, can human being doing continuous research, even planning to go to moon, go to Mars, or somebody is talking, we'll do a layout by some next 1 decade, next century, we will see some people settling in other planets and all. Is it really possible? That all you have to check. maybe if you understand few slides, few of the interesting facts, you will realize it is not so easy. It's not so easy. So with such beautiful environment where many factors are there, one of the factor is, I will explain next slide. That is the reason for this wonderful environment of Earth, which is not there with other planets. For example, you see this one. Many times I have introduced to whatever the geospatial technology related, and the basic thing, why and how Earth has got unique or a distinctive environment. This is the reason. Maybe not only till, you can see even this one also. This is the radiation that comes from sun. The entire radiation, which has, you know, very high frequency or very low wavelength. Low wavelength means, for example, 1 millimeter divided into lakh parts. Or imagine a 50,000 parts, 1 millimeter is divided. Can you imagine that length? You can't imagine. Our eye can see only 1 millimeter, but a millimeter divided into lakh parts, that is the wavelength of radiation, one end of the radiation emitted from the sun. The other end is kilometers. The same wavelength is kilometers. Therefore, the frequency is less. Here, the frequency is very high, and this high frequency region of this radiation can penetrate and smash everything wherever, whatever it passes through. This entire radiation is reaching all the planets, including Earth. But in reality, this portion is not touching or not entering into Earth atmosphere because of ozone layer. So that is the gift for the planet Earth, the ozone layer. Ozone layer is not a layer, just like a kind of a thin layer. It is a cloud, like what is that? O3 molecules, oxygen in atomic state, okay, forming into O3s and then spread over kilometers together. It is not just a thin layer. If it is thin layer, long back it would, this radiation might have penetrated. It was spread over kilometers together. The short wavelengths could not penetrate through that cloud of kilometer spread, which is there around, I can say a 12 to 13 or 12 to 15 kilometers above surface of Earth. That is called the troposphere of Earth, and beyond that is called stratosphere. And middle of these two spheres, this ozone cloud is there around 12 kilometers and spread over for few kilometers, maybe 3 to 5 kilometers spread. So that much long spread cannot allow or the radiation cannot penetrate through. Therefore, the first radiation, first wavelengths that enter, penetrating this ozone cloud and enter, is called this light, this one. This is the light visible. And compared to other wavelengths, this is again very, very small, micro. This is also micrometers, 0.4 to 0.7 micrometers. It's not millimeters at all. So you can't even see the light also. So light, it causes sensitive to human eye. Therefore, we can see the world. We can see the features. So even remote sensing, Srinivas Garu addressed, out of all these classes or lectures, he spoke about a few things of remote sensing. You can understand that remote sensing is a wonderful technology, because to know anything about Earth, what is the technology? People, whoever there, they know about their surroundings. Imagine there is no technology. There is no sources. There is no inputs. Then what is the information? People, wherever they are, they know about their surroundings to some extent, that's all. But there are so many technologies today, very, very advanced, and you can get complete information of Earth. Earth information means surface information, subsurface information, surrounding information, information about oceans. So he was talking yesterday. So here sensing is what? The objects on surface of Earth or objects of the close to the surface subsurface or everything, mostly surface features only. What they do is they take this radiation. I'm not just telling only light. They take all this radiation because from light, IR, micro, radio, these are the names of this radiation. All these radiation will reach the surface of Earth, because when light can enter into atmosphere, can penetrate, after penetrating ozone layer, all other longer wavelengths can easily penetrate. Therefore, all this radiation will reach surface of Earth. And what is the characteristics of the objects on surface of Earth, whether it is living or dead? Everything. Living and dead means it includes everything. A rock is there, you call it a dead. A table is there, made up of a dead wood. Everything is, you say dead, or people, crops, trees, you give them as living things. Every feature, every object on surface of Earth will interact this radiation in three ways. Some it will absorb, or it takes, like the entire greenery will take light for their photosynthesis process, which converts, how a tree grow and becomes very, very, very big. That what is how that volume size you will come, that is all carbohydrate. How that is formed due to the chemical reaction. Okay, so the light combined with this carbon dioxide emitting oxygen, that becomes carbohydrate. That is how the tree stem is growing. Even human beings also with the fat tummies, because of more carbo, more the carbohydrates. So this entire light will be utilized, or I can say the radiation coming from sun reaching surface of will be utilized in something in absorbing or eating, and something emitting back, and something transmitting. Only these three ways. Now the radiation which is emitted by every object, that is the reason, if you have any sensor like your eye, we all have gifted with eye is a sensor which can sense light radiation only. That means the radiation, particularly visible radiation emitted by every object, will be recorded by your eye. Eye is a sensor, a lens kind of arrangement, so that entire object can be seen by eye. One is black in color, red in color, different color, everything your eye can see, because that object is emitting radiation, invisible. That radiation I can sense, but I cannot sense anything beyond visible. It cannot sense anything beyond visible. It can't see. That is why you stand in the open, hot condition, midday outside or in an open area. You will feel, you can see things because light can be seen through your eye. At the same time, your body will feel heat, but your eye cannot see this heat. Body can feel it. Now you simply just go behind a tree. What happens? You feel cool. What is that phenomena? Because the open place, the entire IR and light is touching you. IR is touching your body. Light is causing sense to your eye. Now you enter into the tree shadow. The green cover of the tree cover will emit back this infrared radiation more than 50%. That means less than 50% heat will enter. That means you feel cool there. Suddenly 50% warmness is emitted back. So one way the vegetation is also warming up. That is another interesting thing. But that is not carbon dioxide. That is not carbon dioxide. But only the electromagnetic radiation, that IR radiation it is emitting. So there are several technologies, like the entire Earth can be sensed for photographs, where you will use the sensor sensitive to visible, and even IR also used to take Earth surface features or the pictures of Earth surface, that is the visible and IR. But microwaves, he told yesterday, microwave, the entire ocean sensing is through satellites again, but they operate microwave. Microwaves may be 1 centimeter to 10 centimeter wavelength, and their capability is they can penetrate through the cloud, penetrate through this moisture, water droplets and the atmosphere. Whereas the photography technology, that is sensing of satellite, picturing this wavelengths, okay, they cannot penetrate through this cloud. Whatever rain cloud is there, they cannot penetrate. Therefore, in satellite pictures, which are sensed by the visible and IR bands, in the photos, you will find cloud. You can't see the feature below the cloud. But whereas you can sense in microwave region, that is why that satellites are specially meant for weather information. So below the cloud, above the cloud, everything. So anything within atmosphere, that wavelength of 1 to 10 centimeter wavelength microwave can give complete information about weather. So that is why weather information, we have separate satellites. Earth feature information, we have separate satellites. So knowing this everything about surface features, about the weather and everything, and we have the last band for communicating one place to another place. These are all useful radiation which is receiving, which is coming to the surface of Earth, which is nowhere is happening. In other planets, the whole thing is reaching. This is reaching, this is also reaching. Because of this portion, nothing can be exist there. That is the danger of the other planets, why they are bald. So not suitable, no vegetation, no objects, because they will be smashed out here. And that high temperatures. So this is the wonderful gift for the only Earth that everybody should realize, should understand. And this kind of Earth, as the developmental activity is growing, so day by day. So because you imagine few decades back, no air conditions. The whole world without air condition, there was no harm to the environment. The air conditions introduced, then all these gases, the dangerous gases. So these not only heating up, warming up the surface, they are threatening the ozone layer. They are threatening our ozone layer, which is saving us, saving the Earth environment. These the gases, they are creating holes or diluting this ozone layer, and once it is get diluted, what is the danger? The dangerous radiation will enter into the surface, and the human being has to go subsurface, because you cannot face the danger radiation. That is why if we continue to dilute ozone layer, which is a savior for us, then we have to search our own living life in the subsurface of Earth. So imagine whether can we send our future generations to the subsurface, or we allow this planet Earth to sustain more centuries, so that more generations can live on this. So now these are the challenges. So all these were the challenges I was telling, the before 90s and 80s. These were the challenges, all the sectors. But this is the new challenge. It is more than all this, is more dangerous than all this, because the life cycle on planet Earth, particularly these pollutions, in particular this year's, these are the pollutions, which is some poison adding to this environment. Simply I can say pollution means adding poison straight away. Give that word is a better thing. Poison to air, poison to water, poisoning already soil we are poisoning with fertilizer, pesticide. Our Vijay Kumar sir told what it creates laziness to the plants, and it won't does its natural process. Therefore, the soil will die, and ultimately causing everything. So see what you are adding, only because of this fertilizer and pesticide, you get your fruit, but the natural process is being killed by this. This is this kind of poison. And of course, these pesticides and fertilized crops and products will also cause health issues. That is another danger. Not only simply it produces good yield and that is good food, fine, but it is not good food again. That is a danger. So, and you see even sound and noise pollution also. We'll see in Telangana. I feel very pity and part of this Hyderabad city living for more than 30 years. See, our all, even for example, important occasions, we don't celebrate, we don't, do with, without troubling. For example, the Ganesh festivals or even any function in Telangana. Then many other activities that DJ, these sounds, I don't understand what pleasure, what positive thing that anyone will get is nothing. I don't know, including the people there, their eardrums will burst. No bird, no animal, everything. I don't understand. That is also useless thing that we habituated. I don't know. We never had in our history celebrations with that. It should be. So that means we have a long experience that we should take it from our past, our the earlier generations. What was their lifestyles? How pleasant they were? How they could live more than 100 years with very good health conditions without all these super specialty hospitals. But they could live for at least I can say a 30-40% of the population lived beyond 100 years in the earlier centuries. But what is the reason? You observe in every factor you observe, whatever we've called the development, it is not the real development. Are we growing in every aspect? That we are not checking. What is success? What is development? It should be a balanced development, not just one fellow becoming too much rich is not development. Not suddenly the whole world, invent, are creating atomic bombs or atomic these things and say we became powerful in this world. It is not the development. The development should be balanced, sustained. It should keep everything successful, every creature, everything associated with human being. And of course, by killing all the other creatures on the planet Earth, the final thing is human himself will kill himself. There is no other fellow, no other creature is a reason for whatever COVID we got it, whatever natural that the disasters and all, and in every disaster will take a massive number of human life. That is all because of human activities. And of course, this is the plastic, the present topic, the focal theme of the present year's World Environment Day, which is very dangerous, and we have to talk especially about that. And we have electronic waste. See, these are all the recent pollutions. See, this smoke, sewage, fertilizer, maybe little there. Fertilizer is also latest. Sound is too much latest. Plastic is, I can say, 2-3 decades back. Electronic waste is again maybe a decade or back. And now space dump. We are not only polluting here, not only creating waste here, even the space also. No other planet, no other creature is polluting the space, but human being from Earth. Again, without Earth, you can't do all this. Can you launch a satellite if you are not in Earth? You don't have Earth. You can't do that. Everything you will do, you will use Earth. And using Earth, you are spoiling everything, many things. And ultimately, even human minds got polluted. That is the reason everywhere there is a crime, everywhere there is dispute, everywhere there is a problem. It is like, the individual level also, only human being got polluted, highly polluted. So like Sir told, suddenly the dog means. Why? Because we created such environment. There is no food for them because everything we want to eat. Then how they will survive? How cows in urban will survive? Everything is eating plastic. And again, this either marine eating this plastic or the animals eating plastic. And we again take that milk from animal, meat from animal, and fish from ocean, again eating this. So our own health, our own life, we are killing. That we have to realize it. Now, looking at this plastic pollution in particular, we have two broad categories. One is microplastics, the other one is macroplastics. Micro means very minute, less than 5 millimeters, plastics less than 5 millimeter of diameter. That is microplastics. And anything beyond that, that is macroplastics. All your bottles, the household plastic goods, these are all. So there are many reusable. There is no harm with reusable. At least they survive for some period. And again, that can be reproduced. It can be the plastic recycling is possible. So that is not a danger. This is danger, microplastics. I appeal to this for the entire female, the present day world women, indirectly without their knowledge, they are creating a lot of plastic pollution sending into these oceans. You know what they do? Whatever these things used by the women across the globe, they simply wash in a wash basin, passes through the drainage, that passes and maybe join a stream, the stream join a river, finally it meets the ocean. This is microplastic without notice. We are not even aware of this danger, but there is a lot of research. You check before few decades. We don't have this. We have all natural, nature-based cosmetics. But these are all mixed with plastic. Remember this. Microplastics, all this lipstick, all this, they use in for this makeup, particularly facials, the skin. This is not small thing. In the Western countries, that they apply to the whole body. That is called sun shade or sunscreen, and not in 1-2 people, millions, will celebrate, and that itself will, and then they will wash directly. It goes into the oceans. So it goes. This is at least danger. Something cannot directly consumed by the marine creatures, but this can be consumed by every marine life, every living creature inside the sea, because it's a micro, it goes with water, and it finally, whatever damage it has to cause, it will cause to this marine life. And this microplastics, the danger is only this single use. So we have so many things that from the at least 1 decade, say I can say from past 1 decade, 10 years, the governments across the globe are doing their best. Governments, NGOs, people who are passionate, who are the environment lovers, nature lovers. These people are doing their best, creating awareness and giving different alternates. Some activities going on since 1 decade. Before going to a few recommendations, we can see the health impact because of this plastic pollution. Because how it affects everything. It affects the soil because it will not decompose. It took thousands years or 500 years or at least hundreds of years decomposition, and presenting this plastic material in the soil, it drops your yield, and even it pollutes the whatever products, whatever food product through crops and through the plantation you are putting, because the soil is polluted by this plastic. So that vegetation is polluted, the whole wildlife, livestock polluted without notice. Cows, everything, animals, they are eating because they don't know. They are not like human beings who has all that sensitive, all that knowledge, all that discretion power. What is this? What is that? They simply, without notice, they are consuming. And the whole marine life, So like this, the entire environment health is spoiling. And then you see the biodiversity. If you lose this biodiversity, then easily the planet Earth will become desert one day, or it become bald by cutting down all this natural forest, or whatever the name on the name of developmental activities, eating off the hills and the forest areas, all this because of some development on the name of development activities, cutting down the trees, okay, and disturbing all this. And then whatever you do, the acts indirectly killing this wildlife, not only wildlife, the livestock, everything. They can't survive this kind of activities. So there are few, I think it's already, time is also the 8:30. Maybe I'll just I don't know. This is not working. No. Control C. I will paste here. Maybe it's just a few minutes only. Maybe Ravindra Garu, because the same system may get same problem. Sir, can this be run, sir?
Yes, sir. Give me a second.
Yes, sir. Shall I stop sharing screen? Yeah, I will stop sharing screen.
Actually, that link came as an image file.
Oh, come it is.
Need to copy paste as text.
Then I will give that link. Where is this chart? Where is this chart? More maybe. Yes. Sir, try this.
Is this a video, sir? Can you see?
Yeah, try this one, sir. This I pasted that link. I pasted this link here in the chat box.
Is that link different, sir, from what you are seeing?
It's different, sir. Different.
Okay.
Chat box it is there. Chat box it is. No, sir, there are hundreds, thousands of videos. But only thing is that when the human being will realize, will learn something, and at least react individually, independently. That is what we have to learn, and we should.
He's showing one website.
Yeah, no problem. You click on this.
Yeah.
Actually, it is not showing the video directly. Yeah, here it is. Or can I share this? My screen. Let me see. Even if you.
No, sir. Now it's playing, na?
have the courage to face the realities of our time and allow ourselves to feel deeply enough that it transforms us and our future? Come with me on a journey through the eye of beauty. Across an ocean of grief. And beyond.
So this is the island condition. It should be like a heaven to the birds and all biolife there. And midway islands, some 2000 kilometers from Hawaii islands. So see that, because the islands are actually the heaven for the biolife, because mostly human will not be there. The all other nature will be there. But now such beautiful islands and the hot spots of the positive environment, they are just coming to end. So I'll share my screen. I'll just finish. Is this visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah, visible. Yes, right. So I'll just see. Ultimately, every time we have most of the thing is talking on these issues only. But ultimately, the solutions, that is what everybody needs present today. In every lecture, in every talk, we have the most of the part about our issues, and then some solutions, particularly. So that is actual my topic, some responsibility from individual to society to the government to the all. So there are some proven technology today, but it is possible with some, again, the same human being, involvement of human being in segregating this plastic, whatever the throwing, one single use plastic, which we simply throw away, that we have to, because we don't have that kind of discipline, at least keep the plastic aside. Whatever we collect from morning, early hours from a milk packet, or some vegetables from a plastic cover, or anything from a shop, anything from a store, or from a gift, everything. But all this plastic, as a disciplined human being, though you cannot avoid, because it's the miserable failure of the governments, I can say, in implementation. But at least at individual level, if we can segregate and keep it. See, there is a technology proven, and it is available. 1 kilogram of plastic can produce 1 liter of it is published as 1 liter, sir. 1 liter fuel, maybe half liter diesel, or another half liter, maybe some other purpose. So 1 liter fuel, it can produce from 1 kilogram of plastic waste, but it should not be contaminated with other material. So that is where we are failed. We have dumps of plastic, but who will clean it? Who will bring it like a proper plastic? That is a problem. So that means even there is a solution, there is a way for us, but again there is a problem. There is our own indiscipline of human being, because we are just throwing everywhere. You see in Telangana, at least an half kilometer radius around every village, every town, the entire soil is the bottles, the beer bottles, all, because we are top in the world, I can say. We are always telling within India, top in consuming liquor. But even maybe if statistics are there, somebody collects that, will be top in the world consuming liquor. And we are lack of that discipline, and we throw wherever you consume. End of that party, you will, you throw it anywhere. So that is again going into soil. How much it is damaging when that glass will become decomposed. See, this is how we are polluting in every act. We take the entertainment and we are causing more than entertainment. That entertainment will last for few hours for that person. It only gives whatever quarter, whatever full bottle he consumes, it gives only few hours of entertainment enjoyment. But the thing of with that activity he is doing, like that, soil and everywhere plastic, everywhere simply throwing. So at least you have a discipline to collect, and there is a solution. This is one of the good solution. But only thing is we need proper awareness, and if somebody benefits, people should follow it. And there are simple things that at individual level, few of the recommendations, what I feel, I don't have any things with my own, observing, seeing the life before 30 years and present situation. I will share few of my experiences, not my own, everybody's experience, whoever is there in this program, who are above 50 years or 40 years, they might have witnessed the things like that. We never had a carry bag. All our people, the household women or the men, used to carry a bag always, either a basket made up of plastic, doesn't matter, but it is reusable again and again. You will use it for lifetime. Or a cloth bag, or a kind of box made up of wooden box or something, butta it is called. So made by that bamboo and all, like that they used to carry and take everything wrapped in paper, and then bringing them back home, filling all these into the different bottles. No plastic was seen. It was not there those days. Can't we take few experiences, few learning points from that life? That is one aspect. Even government can bring some mandatory, some rules, like at least paper can sustain 1 kilo. I myself brought 1 kilo sugar, 1 kilo rice, 1 kilo something, 1 kilo, half kilo dal, all this in a paper and putting in a bag in my childhood days. So up to certain weight, government must impose, see, up to 1 kilogram of weight of anything, you should not use the single-use plastic. You should use paper wrapping only. Those days, the whole world, that time also, there were nearly 100 crore population. Not that much, that is only few people, so it could survive, it could support it. That time also it was good amount of population, good amount of life, but the paper replaced. Paper was there to take care of all this packaging. There was no plastic cover, single-use plastic cover. And though government banned the production, but there is no seriousness. It is only banned, like rule is there in our country. Many rules are there as rules, laws, but no implementation. We don't implement, we don't take action. Suppose somebody has to stop whatever production is there, only till that consuming that production. Beyond that, it should not be there. But several years it is there as it is. Suddenly some corporations will give some circular that only this much micron plastic should be there, below that should not be there. But again, within that time or beyond that time, again that the micron, which is very, very thin, which is to be not used, that is available everywhere. So individual level, like a farmer or a some seller, whatever vegetable seller, somebody, he should take some stand, and he should give I can only give this into your bag, or I can wrap into paper and give. I don't have this. So from there, they are also people. We are also people who brings and who sells. Everybody individually, they should aware. They should, adopt certain principles, way of living. Then only you can reduce to certain things. That is called self-regulation. Neither using production, even the production is also done by some fellow, some family, some people. So everybody, because the production, the user, consumer, middle people, the business people, everybody is human being only. Everybody is part of our public, part of our society. Another thing is, organic way of agriculture. That means fertilizers and pesticides. So if you can stop this, and wonderful solutions were given by our speaker, today's speaker, without this fertilizers and pesticides, different methodologies are, the biotechnology products are there to, bring back the life, the dead life in the soil, and then, produce better yield through agriculture and all crops. And natural cosmetics. So for example, I will show in a picture here. Yeah, here. This is one tree. The seeds it produces can be directly used as a replace to the lipstick. It is there in our Hyderabad city, many places it is there. It is even with me. If anybody asks, I am ready to give free. I have grown at least, it can produce yearly some 10 to 20 kilos of these things. I can give freely. So no need of any chemical plastic mold, this the lipstick, you can use that. So there are so many. See, just check again. A few decades back, how women, are they not beautiful? They were all beautiful. But without all these modern cosmetics, so maybe we can take a leaf from them, something. So, and many things, if you think there is a solution, like suppose anything, suppose metallic boxes, because it can be reused again. And particularly the leaves, you see these leaves can be used in packages, paper boxes. Of course, cloth box are there. Many people, many NGOs are promoting. And the young generation, particularly, they should appeal. They should take a step forward, and they should celebrate, any function, wedding, ceremonies. They're all doing so many useless things, like, pre-wedding shoots, this, that, and spending lakhs of rupees. Can't they call environment friendly wedding without plastic being seen in the wedding? This is challenge to this younger generation. I am challenging. They should take it such things, and they become model for many people. If they organize their own wedding without a plastic glass, plastic bottle, plastic cover, all gifts, everything from they can mention in their wedding card also. So if they think they can come out with some good solution, and they do such things and spreading through media, social media, that will inspire many people. So this is where the younger generation has to compete, has to come out as challenging way, not in that other way of spending a lot of revenue, a lot of funds. And you can encourage, this kind of the banana tree leaves. This is not just packing. You check with any Ayurvedic doctor or any Ayurvedic people who are made their life in a natural way. This banana tree, the leaf, if you eat food, you will get, medicines from that leaf. Hot food served in banana leaf, it will act like a medicine, is a positive medicine to your health. This is proven in Ayurveda. Okay, so like this, simple things you start implementing. For example, even I learned from Ayurveda, suppose you boil water on a gas or heat by electricity through your whatever vessels, or you boil the water with wood, boil water with wood and take bath with that hot water, that heals all your pains. And somebody studied, it will never allow paralysis effects to your body if you are habituated to take bath of hot water boiled with wood, boiled with that waste wood, whatever it is. But we want in seconds. We don't want to do all this. So we want it in greaser or a boiler or a gas. So this is what we are habituated. So there are simple things that are not only help the world and the earth, environment, and the health conditions of human being also. So we all should learn something, and we should take a call. At least I am saying here, I follow many of these things. What I am mentioning, that is all, the way I am made my life. I brought it here, many of the things in this. So with this, I thank, and I also could able to give you something in this week-long, 8-day-long programs in this international conference. And thank you all the participants. You made successful this entire 8-day program, and many programs will come in future, such programs, as one of the organizer. So I thank all the speakers, because it is my responsibility. I invited many speakers here by name: Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, Y.K. Reddy Garu, and then Tulsi Rao Garu. Then we had Raidu Garu, and we have Muhammad Sheikh Hussain Garu from Madras University, and a professor from Malaysia, from international, the Manipal International University. I forgot his name. He also delivered a lecture here, and then our Venkat Reddy Garu, and then Prasoon Kumar Singh Garu from Dhanbad IIT, and Sri Vijay Kumar Garu, and Dr. Srinivas Garu from INCOIS, and Dr. Ravindra Garu from EPTRI. He was also former PCB Telangana, and Sri T. Vijay Kumar Garu, and especially Ravindra Garu. Without him, nothing would have happened, the entire program, because of consistent, is a fighter. So continuous efforts of Ravindra Garu. So it is my duty to say thanks to you before all this audience. So with this, I take leave. Very, very thankful to everybody, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayachandra Garu. As we have seen a lot of presentations that we're talking about various problems and as well as various solutions. Even Jayachandra Garu also summed up what were the various problems discussed over the past few days and what could be the possible solutions. So the only what we can sum up from the entire sessions, though we have few more sessions next coming up, what we can say is, the lack of mindset and lack of proper attitude or approach towards our own planet, and not taking the responsibility or accountability of what we are doing, the various activities we are engaging, is the main reason more than anything else, that is the important thing. And moreover, we see there is a huge gap between the institutions and as well as a general population. So what I found, every speaker was emphasizing on, there is a huge gap. Whatever is being invented or whatever is being researched is not reaching the grassroots, even among the educated and even among the common man or common people. That is what we need to bridge. And it is a high time that we break these barriers. We come out of our campuses and move on to grassroots level. As long as we sit in our own campuses, we cannot reach. Of course, this pandemic has given a great opportunity that we, being at our own comfort of our own homes or offices, we could reach out to more people, cutting out these geographical barriers. So that is a great boon. We could create more awareness. And definitely in the coming days, we need to have a hybrid approach, conducting offline as well as online, including a combination of both. As we have seen, we have been regularly organizing since, of course, these events are being organized more than 10 years. And plus, mostly we're offline pre-pandemic. But post-pandemic, we were having, and pandemic time and post-pandemic, we were having more of online, because most of the participants were from different places, and to help them assist and help also include them as part of inclusion, we have continued. We are continuing to have this presence online more than offline. So we'll continue to put in our efforts, and as we truly believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbam concept. So we have no conditions, no terms, or where we invite everyone, and we collaborate with various organizations, and we give opportunities to various organizations as well to come together with an open heart, open mind, and open hearts, where we all can come together and collaborate and do programs. So with this, we will invite more organizations to come forward and utilize this wonderful opportunity to bring more awareness. It is the need of the hour, no matter what. If we don't respond now, then the things are going to be worse. We can see even with these latest presentations where the deserts are becoming much more greener, and the greener areas are becoming deserted. And we see areas where there is no rainfall are going to be flooded, and where there is a huge rainfall are going to become deserted. Why these phenomena are happening is because, we are taking up certain things which are not to be taken up. And that's why these extremities are happening. There is a natural balance that is happening by the nature itself. We are disturbing that balance, especially when we see, the natural flow of water and various other aspects. Especially we have seen the recent dam, largest dam in the world constructed by China. It has slowed down, the scientists say that it has slowed down the movement of, rotation of Earth. So such a kind of disaster, the entire planet is being affected, and it takes more than 24 hours now to complete one rotation. Just imagine what kind of disaster we have invited, and we have more than 24 hours to complete one rotation. That means the days are longer. So entire time calendar is going to change again. So these things, for short-term benefit, though as rightly our Vijay Kumar sir has said, these revolutions have been boon at that time where the population, where there was a need for growing and there was a great gap between the demand and supply. And at that time, the India got partitioned and we had huge population to feed. At that time, it was necessary, and various revolutions came like Green Revolution, White Revolution, Blue Revolution, which was very much needed at that time to feed the population. But over the period of time, we have come with various indigenous technologies, and we also have improved various yielding varieties, and we could achieve good growth. But over the period of always there was an exploitation of natural resources and abuse of overuse of fertilizers and overuse of exploitation of natural resources that has caused a severe impact on the environment. And today we are paying for that. So no matter what, if we disturb the nature and its own nature cycle, it is going to affect us. That is what we have seen. Because since millions and billions of years, planet was there happily thriving and surviving. But with the recent 3 centuries, the entire planet ecosystem diversity has been destroyed. And we have seen in the presentations also, where I also gave the statistics about different ecosystems and biodiversities, and where we have seen even when we have commemorated World Ocean Day, we have seen that most of the rivers got exhausted, and even biodiversity is severely affected. And all these is only cautioning us that if we don't act upon all these things, with small changes, we can bring a greater difference. Like as already mentioned by earlier speakers, the CFC, which is emitted by the refrigeration systems, are creating a huge impact on ozone layer depletion. So all these various aspects are there. Hope you all have taken a lot of inputs, and in coming days, we will continue to create awareness. Since last 2.5 years, we have been continuously daily organizing various programs on sustainable development, and we keep inviting different organizations to come forward and to join us in incorporating in disseminating knowledge. So of course, there is still a valedictory session at the end where I would address. So I thank all the speakers for the day, especially because we are moving to presentation part. So I thank Sri T. Vijay Kumar Garu, who was the chief guest for the day, and also Dr. J. Chandra Garu, both for their presentations and their contribution, and for playing a vital role in this. Especially I have to thank Dr. Reddy Garu, who has been very much instrumental. He was almost daily communicating with me, and Dr. Raidu Garu also, who, along with Dr. J. Chandra, almost daily we were communicating, and they were inviting various speakers within their circles, and it was so that we can have varied experiences to be shared on this platform. So thank you once again, everyone. So if there are any queries on these two sessions, we can take it up quickly before we move on to presentations. And quiz also was concluded within 30 minutes. So we will also announce the results in the valedictory session after the presentations. The top scorers. Mary, you can unmute yourself. And anyone else would like to share, you can use chat box, or you can unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand one by one.
Good evening, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to express. Sir, your session was very informative. I did one course in Geography Honors. In that, all these topics were touched. Very informative. A lot of knowledge gains are from your session. I learned a lot because I remembered of that course, and a lot of memories are very elaborative, very simple, and very very understandable. You made the presentation very simple, very nice presentation, sir. God bless you, sir. All the best.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to share? Feel free to unmute yourself or use chat box. Yeah, Raidu Garu, you can unmute yourself.
We are back.
Good evening, Jayachandra Garu.
Good evening.
An excellent presentation you made, and you have opened our eye, particularly the light part of it, and your explanation on the sound noise pollution that is happening in Hyderabad, which is disastrous. In fact, I live in a place where there are 7 Kalyan Mandapams in and around my house. You can imagine my plight. Whenever there is a band, my heartbeat goes to 120. My doctor said, you have to get out of this place immediately. I'm thinking of shifting my house to jungles. That is going to happen in near future, because this is disastrous. In fact, you actually mentioned that in your noise pollution, in the different pollutions and the pollution effects and the remedies for this. Thank you very much for your wonderful lecture. You have summed up the whole gamut of issues that were spoken in the during the course of these 8 days. Thanks for
Thank you,
enlightening us.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you, enlightening us. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's all known things only. I just remind. That's all.
No, that is wonderful. That is, a recap is wonderful. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, right, girls. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else would like to share?
Yeah, some.
Yes, Sunday, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Cyril Health Foundation, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you also, Mr. Presenter, for making a very good presentation. Waste product from plastic is a common waste product all over the world, and it has been widely disposed. Wasting of plastic and rubbers is like wasting of fuel, because plastic rubbers, it has high hydrocarbon content, and the conversion of this plastic and rubber, a lot can be acquired from it, such as the engine oil lubricant can be obtained. Fuel can also be obtained. Another method that can be used that I think was not stated in your presentation is pyrolysis. pyrolysis is another process the plastic and the rubber can be converted into fuel. And also pyrolysis can also be used for production of engine oil and other lubricants. Once more, thank you very much.
Yes, you are absolutely right. The only issue is, thank you for at least
thank you, sir.
Identifying that.
Thank you.
The main thing is, the world knows that you can produce fuel, but the thing is, again, it's the status of that input. Again, human is only the reason. So if we can bring into a proper shape, proper format, certainly it can produce, at least it will be recycled. So you get another good product. So there is even we have a Hyderabad based company, Hydroxy Systems Limited, that is involved in this activity, and they are doing their best. Like that, many people are there across the globe. So that is one of the good solution. If properly it is trapped and then brought it to the proper shape, so you can produce it. Good thing. Thank you, Sunday. You are from some, not exactly from which part of the globe you are, for again reminding that particular important thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So any other participants?
Hello, good evening, Dr. Jaychandra, sir. Good evening,
Srinivas Rao garu.
Sir, it is an excellent presentation by you, sir. You have refreshed me about that electromagnetic spectrum and even related to plastic and everything. You have nicely inspired, basically. So I cannot touch on every point you have mentioned. So you are basically nicely inspired because it's an individual level. You have said that. So regarding plastic also, and even years of segregation by me, sir. So 2 years back, I have come across the idea of stuffing the only junk plastic in a junk bottle. So even what I observed is that so much junk plastic can be contained in that particular bottle, sir. So when I meet you or when I communicate with you through WhatsApp,
that is also a kind of solution. People at least it won't spread out. So
exactly.
Sure, that is thing. But at the same time, keeping this in mind, see, there is a method, there is a technology. If we keep this plastic properly and preserve it, you will get your money. They are not taking the plastic free. The person who is converting is ready to offer you per kg this much. So like this, instead of dumping into a plastic bottle, maybe that gives some solution. It will stop the spread. But at the same time, by preserving it in a proper shape, you can also stop spreading and you can also earn something.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Basically, we educated people how to spread that information. And one more thing, I am spreading one small information that even however people capable to use the ACs, however people get the free ACs, whichever the weather they are living, they are using ACs. So they should stop using the ACs by morning 4 o'clock, sir. By morning, even in a hot May also, by morning 4 to by at least 8 or 9, there is no point in running the ACs. There also we can save so much electricity, so much thermal power, so much coal.
You are absolutely right. You are absolutely. That is the individual level involvement. They should sensitize.
Exactly.
As you said, whatever hot conditions in India, early hour 4 o'clock, it gets cool. Particularly the hot conditions. Hyderabad, it's a living example. We all experience the same thing. But the kind of laziness, the kind of irresponsibility of citizens, individual level.
Exactly.
They are, as you said, till 9 o'clock, because Hyderabad won't sleep till 12 o'clock and won't wake up till 11 o'clock morning. So till that time, these ACs are running. As
exactly.
From 4 o'clock onwards, you don't require ACs.
Yes, that is a huge burden.
But this needs to be in a individual level awareness and sensitive and responsible, and we can't change. If I follow, I can only follow. You follow, you can only follow, and only we can. Yeah, that's what. If somebody likes you, somebody likes me, can learn something from us, and they follow. This is only way from mouth to mouth. It is possible, sir. because after all, human being, we should adopt the good things, not the bad things.
Yeah, true. We have to spread the message. That's it. Yeah.
That's it.
And you have mentioned the noise also. That is also very pertinent problem. Even villages also, they are spoiling the environment.
Sir, you see, I give a small problem. I didn't raise it there. See, every function, a band of that kind of noise for at least 2-3 hours. Imagine in the neighborhood, do you think there is no students preparing for something? No.
100%, sir. Agree.
Every family, children, educated children, in nowadays, the entire academics, every week, every time, every month, the exams are there. Every day, these sounds are there, noise is there. No control, no regulation, no responsibility from the citizens, no responsibility for the government. See, I stopped talking about the government today voluntarily, because why to talk the government when it is corrupted? That is already I spoke yesterday. That is why I didn't took it to this government thing, because government won't act 100% according to the rule and law, because it is diluted, it totally diluted. That is why I didn't touch upon. Only thing, as an individual, what you can do, you do it. If you are sensible, you just behave like a sensible human being, sensitive to the earth and environment. That much.
Very
only.
true. Yeah, very true.
That much only we can do it, sir.
Yes.
So very thankful to you. Supporting this. I'm very happy.
Okay, catch you, sir, later. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope there are no more questions. Ravindra Garu, you can take it to further proceedings, sir.
Thank you, sir. Both of you. We wish you all the success and for your future endeavors, and look forward for more sessions in future.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So we'll move on to presentations. Before that, we request everyone to fill up the feedback form.
Sir, Ravindra Garu.
Yeah, Chapati.
Are you declaring who has fared well in the quiz competition?
Ravindra Garu is doing that. Nah? Yeah, that is there.
Yes.
The valedictory.
After presentations, we have valedictory session.
Yeah, now there is a feedback, presentations, valedictory. He is going to announce that his tests and all. Maybe certificates are already mentioned about.
Okay, not the certificate. Just want to have an idea.
Yeah. No, maybe Ravindra Garu
will. We will, as we have already informed, though the quiz was open, but we are only considering the first 20 minutes, 6:30. We have already segregated the data, and we got the scores also computed, and we got the names also. So we'll be announcing it in a couple of, maybe in another half an hour, by 9 after, now it's 9 now. So after 10 o'clock, we'll be announcing the rider in the valedictory session. So we will quickly move on to presentations without taking much time. So we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. While you are filling up the feedback form, we are also commemorating today Today, we request everyone to fill the feedback form, which has been raised in the form of polls. It is mandatory, as the entire process from registration to certificate generation is automatic and handled by the system upon the verification of data. So we cannot generate any manual certificate, and manual verifications takes, is very cumbersome. And as daily programs are happening, it is very difficult to manually carry on these activities due to limited time and resources. So we request everyone to kindly follow the instructions and follow the system so that automatically certificates are generated and you can download your certificate from the website. So all the certificates will be updated in a week's time. After 1 week or within a week, you can keep checking. Whenever the certificates are available, you can download it. Those who have completed all the formalities. And still for today's overall feedback form is pending. That we will share you after this presentations. So while you are filling up the feedback form, to utilize this time, we will commemorate. Today is World Day Against Child Labor with the theme Social Justice for All, End Child Labor. So when we look at the child labor global estimates and trends, approximately 160 million children worldwide are involved in child labor, which represents 1 in 10 children, and 85.5 million from 2000 to 2020. Child labor decreased by 85.5 million, dropping from 16% to 9.6%. Only 26.4% of the children worldwide receive social protection and cash benefits. They are covered under various social security and social welfare programs. And globally, only 1.1% of the GDP is spent on the social protection for children, and only 0.4% of GDP for children in Africa. And without mitigation strategies, child labor could increase by 8.9 million. So by the end of 2022, this was a projected report. So earlier, like this year, we had the theme Social Justice for All and End Child Labor. We had past years with the themes, like in 2021, we had themes Act Now, End Child Labor. 2020, COVID-19, protect child from child labor, now more than ever. And 2019, the theme was Children Shouldn't Work in Fields, but on Dreams. In 2018, it was Generation Safe and Healthy. In 2017, the theme was In Conflicts and Disasters, Protect Children from Child Labor. In 2016, the theme was End Child Labor in Supply Chains, It's Everyone's Business. In 2015, No to Child Labor, Yes to Quality Education. So since 2000, for nearly 2 decades, the world had been making steady progress in reducing child labor. But over the past few years, conflicts, crisis, and COVID-19 pandemic have plunged more families into poverty and forced millions more children into child labor. Economic growth has not been sufficient nor inclusive enough to relieve the pressure that too many families and communities feel, and that makes resort to child labor. Today, 160 million children are still engaged in child labor. That is almost 1 in children worldwide. Africa ranks highest among regions in both percentage of children in child labor, 1/5, and the absolute number of the children in child labor, 72 million. Asia and Pacific ranks second highest in both these measures, 7% of all children, and 62 million in absolute terms are in child labor in this region, Africa alone. The Africa and the Asia and the Pacific regions together account for almost 9 out of every 10 children in the child labor worldwide. The remaining child labor population is divided among the Americas, 11 million, Europe and Central Asia, 6 million, and the Arab states, 1 million. In terms of incidences, 5% of children are in child labor in the Americas, 4% in Europe and Central Asia, and 3% in the Arab states. While the percentage of the children in child labor is highest in the low-income countries, their numbers are actually greater in the middle-income countries. 9% all children in lower middle-income countries and 7% of all children in the upper middle-income countries are in the child labor. Statistics on the absolute number of children in child labor in each national income grouping indicate that 84 million children in child labor, accounting for 56% of all those in the child labor, actually live in the middle income countries, and an additional 2 million live in high income countries. So coming to the commemoration observed on June 12th, World Day Against Child Labor is intended to serve as a catalyst for the growing worldwide movement against child labor, emphasizing the link between social justice and the child labor. The slogan for the World Day in 2023 is Social Justice for All and Child Labor, as already mentioned. Our joint experience in tackling child labor over the course of the last 3 decades has demonstrated that child labor can be eliminated if the root causes are addressed. More than ever, it is urgent for all of us to contribute to bringing solutions to people's daily problems. And the child labor is possibly the most visible of these problems. So we therefore consider the 2023 World Day Against Child Labor to be a moment for all of us who are committed to ending child labor to demonstrate that change can be achieved when will and determination come together and provide a momentum for efforts to be accelerated in a situation of great urgency. So the World Day Against Child Labor, June 12, 2023, there is a call for reinvigorated international action to achieve social justice, particularly under the envisaged global coalition for social justice, with child labor elimination as one of its important elements, universal ratification of ILO Convention number 138 on minimum age, which together the universal ratification of ILO Convention number 182 on worst forms of child labor achieved in 2020, would provide all children with legal protection against all forms of child labor. Effective implementation of the Durban Call to Action. So we have seen that hazardous industry especially play a vital role in employing child labor, and especially in organized sector, the child labor are more comparatively than organized sector, because most of the sector is in unorganized sector if we see the statistics, almost 75 to 85% of the employment is in unorganized sector. So that's why it is also very much related to the environment, because these hazardous industries are contributing to the greatest climate change and also to the pollution on the planet. And it is also not just posing a threat to the lives of people, but also to the lives of the planet. So when we look at the history or the background of the day, the International Labour Organization, ILO, launched the World Day Against Child Labour in 2002 to focus attention on the global extent of child labour and the action and efforts needed to eliminate it. Each year on 12 June, the World Day brings together governments, employers and workers' organizations, civil society, as well as millions of people from around the world to highlight the plight of the child laborers and what can be done to help them. The Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the world leaders in 2015 includes a renewed global commitment to ending child labor. Specifically, Target 8.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals calls on the global community to take immediate action and effective measures to eradicate forced labor, end modern slavery and human trafficking, and secure the prohibition and elimination of the worst forms of child labor, including recruitment and use of child soldiers, and by 2025, end child labor in all its forms. So the issue of child labor throughout the world, it is today around 218 million children work, many full-time, and mostly as bonded slaves. They do not go to school and have little or no time to play. Many do not receive proper nutrition or care. They are denied the chance to children. More than half of them are exposed to the worst forms of child labor, such as working in hazardous environment, slavery, and other forms of forced labor, illicit activities including drug trafficking and prostitution, as well as in involvement in armed conflict. Guided by the principles enshrined in ILO's Minimum Age Convention number 138 and worst forms of child labor convention number 182, the ILO program on child labor, IPEC, in short, works to achieve the effective abolition of the child labor. Here, we need to have a proper understanding of what is termed as child labor. Not all work done by children should be classified as child labor, that is to be targeted for elimination. See, children can work even in our own homes and households. Children work along with us and assist families, but that is not considered as work. So we need to define work in a proper, and we also need to understand what constitutes child labor. So children or adolescents' participation in work that does not affect their health and personal development or interfere with their schooling is generally regarded as being something positive. So unless and until it is affecting their health and well-being, personality development, and their schooling, so the child can take up any work. So this includes activities such as helping their parents around the home, assisting in a family business, or earning pocket money outside school hours and during school holidays. These kind of activities contribute to children's development and to the welfare of their families. They provide them with skills and experience and help to prepare them to provide members of the society during their adult life. Child labor is work carried out to the detriment and endangerment of a child in violation of the international law and national legislation. It either deprives children of schooling or requires them to assume the dual burden of schooling and work. Child labor to be eliminated is a subset of children in employment. It includes an unconditional worst forms of child labor, such as slavery or practices similar to slavery, the use of a child for prostitution for illicit activities. Work done by children under the minimum legal age for that type of work as defined by national legislation in accordance with the international standards. The worst forms of the child labor involves children being enslaved, separated from their families, exposed to the serious hazards and illness, and are left to fend for themselves on the streets of large cities, often at a very early age. Whether or not particular forms of work can be called child labor depends on the child's age and the type and the hours of work performed, the conditions under which it is performed, and the objectives pursued by the individual countries. The answer varies from country to country, nation to nation, as well as among the sectors within the countries. So one of the major aims set for the International Labour Organization as its founding in 1919 was the abolition of child labor. Historically, the ILO's principal tool in pursuing the goal of effective abolition of child labor has been the adoption and supervision of the labor standards that embody the concept of a minimum age for admission to employment or work. Further, from 1919 onwards, the principle, the minimum age standard should be linked to the schooling, has been part of the ILO's tradition in standard setting in this area. Convention number 138 provides that the minimum age for admission to employment shall not be less than age of completion of compulsory schooling. The ILO's adoption of Convention number 182 in 1999 consolidated the global consensus on child labor elimination. It provided much needed focus without abandoning the overarching goal expressed in Convention number 138, the effective abolition of child labor. Moreover, the concept of the worst forms helps set priorities and can be used as an entry point in tackling the mainstream child labor problem. The concept also helps to direct attention to the impact of work on children as well as the work they perform. Child labor that is proscribed under the international law falls into three categories. The unconditional worst forms of child labor, which are intentionally defined as slavery, trafficking, debt bondage, and other forms of forced labor, forced recruitment of children for use in armed conflict, prostitution, and pornography, and illicit activities. The second category, labor performed by a child who is under minimum age specified for that kind of work as defined by the national legislation in accordance with accepted international standards, and that is thus likely to impede the child's education and full development. Labor that jeopardizes the physical, mental, or moral well-being of a child, either because of its nature or because of the conditions in which it is carried out, known as hazardous work. So among regions, Africa has the highest number of child laborers and the highest percentage of its children in child labor. Asia and the Pacific is close behind in terms of absolute numbers of child laborers. If you see Africa, the highest percentage and number of children in millions in child labor is 19.6. That is 72.1 million children. In Asia and Pacific, it is 7.4%, 62.1 million. In Americas, it is 5.3%, 10.7 million. In Europe and Central Asia, it is 4.1%, 5.5 million. In Arab states, it's 2.9%, 1.2 million percentage, and the number of children in millions in child labor by region as per International Labour Organization. And there are more than 150 million children in child labor in the world, half of whom are in hazardous work. We see 73 million children in hazardous work and 152 million children in child labor and 218 million children in employment. Among them, 64 million are girls, 88 million are boys. Almost 1 in 10 of all children worldwide are girls. 71% work in the agriculture sector and 69% perform unpaid work within their own family unit. So these are the absolute number of children in employment, child labor, and hazardous work as per International Labour Organization. So let's all today take an action and pledge against to end and eliminate child labor. And even because we are talking about sustainable development goals, goal 8 of the sustainable development goals adopted by the world leaders in 2015, target 8.7 calls on all to take immediate and effective measures to eradicate forced labor, end modern slavery and human trafficking, and secure the prohibition and elimination of all forms of child labor by 2025 as an essential step to achieving decent work for all, full and productive employment, and inclusive and sustained economic growth. ILO action on the abolition of child labor has intensified over the last 4 years, and significant advances have been made since the first global report on the subject. The challenge over the next 4 years will be in the ILO to work in more focused and strategic way to act as a catalyst of a re-energized global alliance in the support of national action to abolish child labor. This transformation in approach to the global leadership will ensure that the ILO will contribute more effectively to consigning child labor to history. So the International Labour Organization promotes specific action on the following fronts, including but not limited to universal ratification of the ILO Child Labour Conventions and all the ILO core conventions, ensuring a new focus on the national policies and programs to promote an integrated approach to all the fundamental principles and rights at work, broadening integrated area-based approaches to tackle the root causes of child labor, aligning the minimum age for admission to the employment and age for the completion of compulsory schooling, strengthening workplace safety and health for all workers, but with specific safeguards for children between the minimum age for admission to employment and the age of 18 by preparing and or updating hazardous child labor lists, promoting and strengthening the functioning of institutions and mechanisms aimed at monitoring the effective application and the enforcement of fundamental rights at work, including protection against child labor, courts, tribunals, magistrates, labor inspectors, and child labor monitoring, and continuing development of advocacy and strategic partnerships at international, national, and community level, and promoting the worldwide movement against child labor and replicating and expanding good practices that have produced sustainable results. So with this, we shall conclude this commemoration for the day, and we will take up one more session and then we'll conclude. We'll move on to the valedictory session. So we have with us, hope everyone has filled the feedback form. So we have with us before we invite our next speaker. Thank you for being with us. So we have last session in the conference or presentation. By Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. He is Assistant Professor, Computer Science and Engineering from Govind Ballabh Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. He is also an RTA resource person of Uttarakhand Information Commission, and he is also a practicing advocate. and he is very much active on our platform, and he is almost a regular participant and also presenter. So due to paucity of time, we request you to complete your session in 15 minutes. So over to you for your session. You can start your video, audio, and presentation.
Okay, sir. Am I audible, sir? Is my video visible?
Yes, sir.
My screen is seen, sir?
Yeah, now screen is also. Please continue.
Okay, okay. So today we shall see one very important environmental law in India, that is National Green Tribunal Act 2010. Before this, there were two tribunals, that is Environment Tribunal of 1995 Act and Appellate Tribunal of 1997. So both these acts have been repealed and National Green Tribunal has been formed. Before that, the matters used to go directly to High Court of Supreme Court and in the form of PIL, that is Public Interest Litigation, because there were no dedicated, say, courts for this purpose. Only there were Air Pollution Act of 1971 and say Water Pollution Act of 1974, and there were Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Board that were established. After that, this appellate tribunal came to be this Environment Protection Act of 1986 was formed after the Bhopal gas tragedy of 1984, and in 1995 special courts were established for environment. These tribunals were established in 1995 and appellate tribunal were established in 1997. After this National Green Tribunal Act in 2010 was passed, many of the cases of Supreme Court were also transferred to the say NGT, because the Supreme Court then sits in appeal over the decisions of the NGT. So we shall see this very important act. This act is a small act having just 38 sections. First, we shall see important provisions of this act, the preamble, why this act was passed, and then we shall see some provisions in detail. So this act is an act of Parliament of India which enables the creation of a special tribunal to handle the expeditious disposal of the cases pertaining to environmental issues. As I told earlier, these cases were sometimes taken up in say PIL, public interest litigation, because for going to court, there is a concept of locus standi, that is place to stand in court, and only a person whose rights get violated can go to. Now, in case of environmental issues, all people are affected, but who can go to court? That was not clear, and therefore this concept of local standi came to be relaxed by the courts, and the matters were entertained as, say, PILs in high courts and Supreme Courts. In fact, one of the origin of the PIL is in the environmental law in India. It draws inspiration from India's constitution provision of that is Part 3, Article 21, Protection of Life and Personal Liberty, which assumes the citizens of India the right to a healthy environment. So it is one of the important environmental law, and rather the implementation of all environmental laws, say the NGTs are empowered to implement all the environmental laws in India. So the Legislative Act of Parliament defines the NGT Act 2010 as follows: an act to provide for the establishment of a National Green Tribunal for the effective and expeditious disposal of cases relating to environmental protection and conservation of forests. Before this, there was Indian Forest Act 1927 also established during the British rule, and this after that there is Forest Act of 1980 also, and other also there is Wildlife Protection Act in India that is also implemented say by these courts, and other national resources, including enforcement of any legal right relating to environment and given relief and compensation for damages to persons and property and for matters connected therewith or incidental therewith. So this is the preamble of that. The tribunals dedicated at jurisdiction in environmental matters shall provide speedy environmental justice and help reduce the burden of legislation in the higher courts. So these are the special courts that are established. The tribunal shall not be bound by the procedure laid down under the Code of Civil Procedure 1908, but shall be guided by principles of natural justice. This is because the CPC procedure is very lengthy, and earlier the matter used to go for compensation to the civil courts, but for expeditious disposal of these say environmental matters, these are the special courts that are established. The tribunal is mandated to make an endeavor for disposal of applications or appeal finally within 6 months of the filing of the same. Initially, NGT is proposed to be set up at 5 places of sittings and will follow circuit procedure for making itself more accessible. That is, there are circuit benches also. New Delhi is the principal place of sitting of the tribunal, and Bhopal, Pune, Kolkata, and Chennai shall be the other place of sitting of the tribunal. So this tribunal is in 5 places in India. Now, during the summit of United Nations Conference on Environment and Development in June 1992, India ordered the participating states to provide judicial and administrative remedies to the victims of the pollutants and other environmental damage. There lie many reasons behind the setting of this tribunal. After India's move with carbon credits, such tribunal may play a vital role in ensuring the control of emissions and maintaining the desired level. This is the first body of its kind that is required by its parent statute to apply the polluter pays principle and the principle of sustainable development. So in that, this NGT plays a critical role. India is the third country following Australia and New Zealand to have such a system. Delhi Pollution Control Committee, DPCC, works under the Act of NGT. Now the structure. So 5 regional benches are at New Delhi, North, Pune, that is West India, Bhopal, Central India, Chennai in South, and Kolkata in East. Each bench has a specified geographical jurisdiction in a region. That is, India is divided into these 5 parts as far as NGT jurisdiction is concerned, regional jurisdiction. Further, a mechanism for circuit benches is also available. For example, the Southern Zone bench, which is based in Chennai, can decide to have sittings in other places like Bangalore or Hyderabad. But National Green Tribunal Act 2010, the chairperson of the NGT is a retired judge of the Supreme Court, headquartered in New Delhi. On 18 October 2010, Justice Lokeshwar Singh Panta became its first chairman, and retired Justice Adarsh Kumar Goyal is the incumbent chairman. Also on 15 January 22, Afroz Ahmad took charge as a member in principal bench Delhi. Other judicial members are retired judges of high courts. Each bench of the NGT will comprise at least 1 judicial member and 1 expert member, that is expert in environmental issues. Expert members should have a professional qualification and minimum of 15 years of experience in the field of environment, forest conservation, and related subjects. The members are not re-elected. That is, they have only 1 tenure. So the preamble says it is an we have seen the preamble, and whereas India is a party to a decision taken at the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment held at Stockholm in June 1972, in which India participated, calling upon the states to take appropriate steps for the protection and improvement of the human environment, and that's why this Water Pollution Act of 1974 was also enacted after this Stockholm Conference. Then, and whereas decisions were taken at the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development held at Rio de Janeiro in June 1992 in Brazil, in which India participated, calling upon the state to provide effective access to judicial and administrative proceedings, including redress and remedy, and to develop national laws regarding liability and compensation for the victims of pollution and other environmental damage. And whereas in the judicial pronouncement in India, the right to healthy environment has been construed as a part of the right to the life under Article 21 of the Constitution. So now this constitutional or fundamental right is also made a legal right after establishment of this NGT Act. And whereas it is considered expedient to implement the decisions taken at the aforesaid conferences and to have National Green Tribunal in view of the involvement of multidisciplinary issues relating to the environment, that is why the special courts are established. To be enacted by Parliament in the 61st year of the Republic of India as follows. So this act is called National Green Tribunal Act. It came into force on 18th October 2010 by notification in the Central Gazette. Some definitions are given. So first, there is definition of accident. Accident means an accident involving a fortuitous or sudden or unintended occurrence, which handling any hazardous substance or equipment or plant or vehicle resulting in continuous or intermittent or repeated exposure to death of or injury to any person or damage to any property or environment, but does not include an accident by reason only of war or civil disturbance. So what is included and excluded, that is given in this definition. Chairperson means the chairperson of the National Green Tribunal. Environment includes water, air, and land, and the interrelationship which exists among and between water, air, and land, and human beings, other living creatures, plants, microorganisms, and property. Under the Air Pollution Act of 1971, noise pollution is also considered a form of air pollution. And for that enforcement, there are administrative authorities like Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control. Expert member means a member of the tribunal who is appointed as such and holds qualifications specified in subsection 2 of section 5 and is not a judicial member. There are two types of members: judicial member and expert member on NGT. Handling in relation to any hazardous substance means the manufacture, processing, treatment, package, storage, transportation, use, collection, destruction, conversion, offering for sale, transfer, or the like of such hazardous substance. Earlier, all this was covered under the British common law, and there was no legislation dedicated to this. Although there was some acts of 1880 hazardous substances or explosives act, explosive substances act, but this covers many other types of substances also, in the handling of which accidents can occur. Hazardous substance means any substance or preparation which is defined as hazardous substance in the Environment Protection Act 1986. And exceeding such quantity as specified or may be specified by the central government under the Public Liability Insurance Act 1991. This is also an important act, Public Liability Insurance Act. Injury includes permanent, partial, or total disablement or sickness resulting out of an accident. And for this act also provides for compensation. Judicial member means a member of the tribunal who is qualified to be appointed as such under subsection 1 of section 5 and includes the chairperson. Normally, chairperson is retired judge of Supreme Court, and the judicial member also includes retired judges of High Court, as per the statute in this act. Notification means a notification published in the official gazette. Person includes an individual, Hindu undivided family, a company, firm, an association of persons or a body of individuals, whether incorporated or not, trustee of a trust, a local authority, and every artificial juridical person not falling within any of the preceding subclauses. So it includes natural as well as artificial judicial person. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made under this act. So there are rule making powers to the government. Schedule means schedules 1, 2, and 3 appended to this act. There are 3 schedules. Substantial question relating to environment, that is, as far as subject matter of NGT is concerned, shall include an instance where there is a direct violation of the specific statutory environmental obligation by person by which the community at large, other than an individual or group of individuals affected or likely to be affected by the environmental consequences, or the gravity of damage to the environment or property is substantial, or the damage to public health is broadly measurable. The environmental consequences relate to a specific activity or a point source of pollution. Tribunal means the NGT established under section 3 of this act. Workman has the meaning assigned to it in the Workmen's Compensation Act 1923. Now it is renamed as Employees Compensation Act 1923. There is also Boiler Act because when there is explosion of boilers, there are serious consequences of that, and therefore these two labor laws were enacted in 1923. The words and expressions used in this act but not defined herein and defined in the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974. It is briefly called the Water Act. The Water Prevention and Control of Pollution (CES) Act 1977. The CES is levied on the industries causing pollution, water pollution. The Forest Conservation Act 1980. That is FCA. Earlier there was Indian Forest Act 1927 also, that is still there. The Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981. The Environment Protection Act 1986 and the Public Liability Insurance Act 1991 and the Biological Diversity Act 2002 and other acts relating to environment shall have the meaning respectively assigned to them in those acts. And interested parties, NGT is empowered to take cases relating to violations of all these environmental laws in India. Now, this establishment of tribunal. So, central government shall by notification establish with effect from such date as may be specified therein a tribunal to be known as the National Green Tribunal to exercise the jurisdictional powers and authority conferred on such tribunal by or under this act. So, formal tribunals established under the Act of 1995 and 1997, where abolished and this NGT was established. Composition: there is a full-time chairperson, not less than 10, but subject to maximum of 20 full-time judicial members. So, there are 10 to 20 judges, as the central government may from time to time notify, not less than 10, but subject to maximum of 20 full-time expert members. So 10 to 20 expert members are there. As the central government may from time to time notify, that means there are, say, we can say 21 to 41 judges on the tribunal or members, including chairperson. The chairperson of the tribunal may, if considered necessary, invite any one or more person having specialized knowledge and experience in a particular case before the tribunal to assist the tribunal in that case. It is noteworthy that after formation of the tribunal, even some of the cases were transferred by Supreme Court to NGT. Of course, there was some stay order by Delhi High Court also, and then some cases were not transferred because the High Courts had already given decisions in such cases, some cases. The central government may, by notification, specify the ordinary place or places of sitting of the tribunal and the territorial jurisdiction falling under each such place of sitting. So there are 5 seats of the tribunal in India. The central government may, in consultation with the chairperson of the tribunal, make rules regarding regulating generally the procedure, practices and procedure of the tribunal, including the rules as to the persons who shall be entitled to appear before the tribunal, the rules as to the procedure for hearing applications and appeals, and other matters relating the circuit procedure for hearing at a place other than the ordinary place of the sitting falling within the jurisdiction referred to in subsection 3 pertaining to the applications and appeals. So circuit benches can be formed. The minimum number of members who shall hear the applications and appeals in respect of any class or classes of applications and appeals. So there are rule-making powers given to the central government. Provided that the number of expert members shall in hearing and application or appeal by be equal to the number of judicial members hearing such application or appeal. That means in any bench, there shall be equal number of judicial members and expert members, that is environmental experts. Rules relating to transfer of cases by the chairperson from one place of sitting, including the ordinary place of sitting, to other place of sitting. So transfer can also be done. Qualifications are given. So a person shall not be qualified for appointment as the chairperson or judicial member of the tribunal unless he is or has been a judge of the Supreme Court of India or Chief Justice of a High Court. So that is the chairperson qualification. Provided that a person who is or has been a judge of the High Court shall also be qualified to be appointed as a judicial member. So Chief Justice is Chief Justice of High Court is eligible for appointment as chairperson, while other judges of High Court are eligible as judicial members to be appointed on NGT. A person shall not be qualified for appointment as an expert member unless he has a degree of Master of Science, that is MSc in Physical Sciences or Life Sciences, with a doctorate degree, or Master of Engineering or Master of Technology, and has an experience of 15 years in the relevant field, including 5 years practical experience in the field of environment and forest, including pollution control, hazardous substance management, environment impact assessment, climate change management, biological diversity management, and forest conservation. These are the areas that are recognized in a reputed national level institution, or has administrative experience of 15 years, including experience of 5 years in dealing with environmental matters in the central or state government, or in a reputed national or state level institution. These are qualifications of expert members. That is the environmental expert. The chairperson, judicial member, and expert member of the tribunal shall not hold any other office during their tenure as such. Only single office they can hold. The chairperson and other judicial and expert members shall not, for a period of 2 years from the date on which they cease to hold office, accept any employment in or connected with the management or administration of any person who has been a party to a proceeding before the tribunal under this act. This is a bar on practice after, say, having been a member of NGT. Provided that nothing contained in this section shall apply to any employment under the central government or state government or local authority or in any statutory authority or any corporation established by or under any central government or provincial act or government company as defined in section 617 of the Companies Act 1956. Now it is replaced by Companies Act of 2013. So they can hold government service after demitting office of NGT, but they can't hold office under a party who has been whose cases they have decided. Then appointment of chairperson, judicial member, and expert member. So subject to the provisions of section 5, chairperson, judicial members, and expert members of the tribunal shall be appointed by the central government. Chairperson shall be appointed by the central government in consultation with the Chief Justice of India, and judicial members and expert members of the tribunal shall be appointed on the recommendations of such selection committee and in such manner as may be prescribed. That is prescribed by rules. Then their term of office. So their terms of office is 5 years. But they shall not be eligible for reappointment. Provided that in case a person who is or has been a judge of Supreme Court has been appointed as chairperson or judicial member of the tribunal, he shall not hold office after he has attained the age of 70 years. So there is age limit also. Provided further that in case a person who is or has been the Chief Justice of a High Court has been appointed as chairperson or judicial member of tribunal, he shall not hold office after he has attained the age of 67 years. Again, there is age limit here. Provided also that in case a person who is or has been a judge of a High Court has been appointed as judicial member of the tribunal, he shall not hold office after he has attained the age of 67 years. And provided also that no expert member shall hold office after he has attained the age of 65 years. So for Supreme Court, retirement age 70 on NGT, for High Court age 67, and for expert member 65. The resignation, so chairperson, judicial member, or expert member of tribunal may, by giving notice in writing under their hand address to the central government, resign their office. The salaries, allowances, and other terms and conditions of service, so gratuity and other retirement benefits of the chairperson, judicial member of tribunal shall be as may be prescribed, that is prescribed by rule. Provided that neither the salary and allowances nor the other terms or conditions of service of the chairperson, judicial member, and expert member shall be varied to their disadvantage after their appointment. This is to ensure independence of their judicial function. And removal and suspension. So central government may, in consultation with the Chief Justice of India, remove from office of the chairperson or judicial member of the tribunal who has been adjudged and insolvent, or has been convicted of an offence which in the opinion of the central government involves moral turpitude, or has become physically or mentally incapable, or has acquired such financial or other interest as is likely to affect prejudicially his function, or has so abused his position as to render his continuance in office prejudicial to the public interest. Then removal and suspension, second subsection of section 10. Chairperson or judicial member shall not be removed from his office except by an order made by the central government after an inquiry made by judge of the Supreme Court, in which the chairperson or judicial member has been informed of the charges against him and given a reasonable opportunity of being heard in respect of those charges. And the central government may suspend from office the chairperson or judicial member in respect of whom a reference of conducting an inquiry has been made to the judge of the Supreme Court under subsection 2 until the central government passes an order on receipt of the report of inquiry made by the judge of the Supreme Court on such reference. So central government has powers of removal and suspension. The procedure is given here. Central government may by rules regulate the procedure for inquiry related to referred to in subsection 2. Expert member may be removed from his office by an order of the central government on the grounds specified in subsection 1 and in accordance with the procedure as may be notified by the central government, provided that expert member shall not be removed unless he has been given an opportunity of being heard in the matter. Then handling. So handling in relation to any hazardous substance means manufacture, processing, treatment, package, storage, transportation, collection, distribution, conversion, offering for sale, transfer, or like of such hazardous substance. Hazardous substance, there are say two other acts, that is the Environment Protection Act 1986 and Public Liability Insurance Act. Then this section has been added by an amendment, section 10A, that is qualifications, terms and conditions of service of chairperson, judicial member, and expert member. So these are prescribed here. So these qualifications, terms and conditions, notwithstanding anything contained in this act, qualifications, appointment, terms of office, services and allowances, resignation, removal, and other terms and conditions of service of chairperson, judicial member, and expert member of the tribunal appointed after the commencement of the Tribunal Reforms Act 2021 shall be governed by the provisions of Chapter 2 of the said Act. So all the tribunals were, say acts related to all tribunals were amended in 2021, and therefore this amendment came to be incorporated in NGT Act also. So this amendment was made in 2021 and provided that the chairperson, judicial member, and expert member appointed before the commencement of Part 14 of Chapter 6 of the Finance Act 2017 shall continue to be governed by the provisions of this Act and the rules made there under, as if the provisions of Section 184 of the Finance Act 2017 had not come into force. That is, for existing member that doesn't apply, but after those who are appointed after that date are regulated by this, and this amendment of 2021 was brought to bring consistency among various tribunals in India, established under different acts. And to act as chairperson, in the event of occurrence of any vacancy in the office of chairperson by reason of his death, resignation, or otherwise, the judicial member of the tribunal, as the central government may by notification authorized in this behalf, shall act chairperson until the date on which a new chairperson is appointed in accordance with the provisions of that. So there is provision for acting chairperson also. Then the staff of tribunal, so central government appoints the staff and their tenure of office. Financial and administrative powers of chairperson are given as far as the matters related to tribunal are concerned. Then chapter 3, tribunal to settle disputes. So these jurisdiction powers and proceedings of the tribunal are given in section 14, which settles all disputes related to environment. Then the relief, compensation and restitution. So it has the powers to provide the relief and compensation to the affected party or the victims of pollution. There is also restitution of property, that is the restoration to the previous state. So this restitution of environment for such areas as the tribunal may think fit. And in case of many industries, the tribunal has already made say orders related to restitution of property, that is to bring it back to the previous situation that was there before this polluting industry. So for that, this tribunal is given powers, and tribunal can provide say this compensation also to the victim. The tribunal is also having appellate jurisdiction. So earlier there were two types of tribunals under the 1995 and 1997 Act. Now even the appeal are say heard by this say NGT, and therefore there is appellate authority in the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974, and after the appeal against the order of Water Pollution Act are brought before the NGT. That is, it has power over the appellate authority under Water Act. Similarly, any order passed on or after commencement of the NGT Act by the state government under section 29 of the Water Act 1974. And directions issued on or after the commencement of the NGT Act by board under section 33A of the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, and an order of decision made on or after commencement of the NGT Act by the appellate authority under section 13 of the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act. That is, it is beyond all powers related to these different environmental laws. Similarly, there are say orders passed under Forest Conservation Act, then Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981, then Environment Protection Act 1986, that is EPA. Similarly, this an order made on or after commencement of this NGT Act, we are granting environmental clearance in the area in which any industries, operations or processes or class of industries, operations and processes shall be carried out subject to certain safeguards under the Environment Protection Act 1986. So EPA clearances are also say appealable before the NGT. An order made on or after the commencement of NGT refusing to grant environmental clearance for carrying out any activity or operation or process under the Environment Protection Act. Then again there is this Biological Diversity Act of 2002. So it all cases related to that are also brought before this NGT now. And maybe within a period of 30 days from the date on which the order or decision of direction or determination is communicated to prefer an appeal to the tribunal. So tribunal is also having appellate jurisdiction, and provided that tribunal may, if it is satisfied that the appellant was prevented by sufficient cause from filing appeal within said period, allow it to be filed under the section within a further period not exceeding 60 days. That is the limitation period. It is 1 month, can be exceeded by further 2 months. And liability to pay relief or compensation in certain cases. So where the death of or injury to any person other than workman or damage to any property or environment has resulted from an accident or the adverse impact of an activity or operation or process under any enactment specified in Schedule 1, person responsible shall be liable to pay such relief or compensation for such death, injury or damage under all or any of the heads specified in Schedule 2 as may be determined by the tribunal. Even the Workmen's Compensation Act 1922 has given one schedule, and in that schedule the different percentages of compensation are prescribed under that Act of 1923. Then if the death, injury or damage caused by an accident or adverse impact of an activity or operation or process under any enactment specified in Schedule 1 cannot be attributed to any single activity or operation or process but is the combined or resultant subject effect of several such activities, operations and processes, the tribunal may apportion the liability for relief or compensation among those responsible for such activities, operations and processes on an equitable basis. That is where the exact culprit industry can't be identified. It can apportion on particular class or group of industries in a particular area. For example, water pollution, and like that, all the say industries who are doing it. So this apportionment there could be collective sharing of say responsibility. The tribunal shall, in case of an accident, apply the principle of no fault. Then application of appeal to tribunal. So each application under section 14 and 15 or an appeal under section 16 shall be made to tribunal in such form as may be prescribed. So this application or appeal procedure is given in section 18. Then there is 19, that is procedure and powers of tribunal. These are given. So CPC provisions are not applicable, but they shall be guided by the principles of natural justice. That is, principles related to say opportunity of hearing, bias, etc. are applicable in these cases. So these are the powers that are given in say given to NGT and tribunal to apply certain principles. It shall apply principles of sustainable development in precautionary principle and the polluter pays principle. So these are the guiding principles under which it operates. And decision to be taken by majority. Since there are 21 to 41 members, therefore the decision shall be say taken by the majority of the member. Then appeal to Supreme Court. Now appeal doesn't go to High Court. After NGT, appeal goes directly to Supreme Court. So any person aggrieved by any award, decision or order of the tribunal may file an appeal to the Supreme Court within 90 days. In section 100 of the CPC, provided that the Supreme Court may entertain any appeal after a expiry of 90 days if it is satisfied the appellate was prevented by sufficient cause from preparing the. These are appellate powers of the Supreme Court under this Act. Then the cost. Cost is the cost of say filing cases. So that can be imposed by the court if it holds that the claim is not maintainable and people have just come to the NGT just to waste time. So it can ask that is any party to pay the cost of the say advocate or expenses of the other party. That is called as the cost. Deposit of amount payable for damage to the environment. So even this amount, say this type of orders can be made by the NGT to deposit the amount payable for damage. Execution of award or order of tribunal. So there are executable powers are also there, just like say having decree of civil court. That is, all it shall have all the powers of a civil court, although it does not follow the procedure of CPC, but they have got all powers of civil court as far as the environmental matters are concerned under these various environmental laws. And notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, tribunal may transmit any order or made by to the civil court having local jurisdiction, and the civil court shall execute the order or award as if it were a decree made by that court. So it can even assign that task to the civil court for recovery of damage, etc. So that is how the execution is done. Even execution is much simpler here as compared to their execution given under the execution decree procedure of the CPC 1908. In chapter 4, there are penalties. Section 26. Whoever fails to comply with any order of award or decision of the tribunal under this Act, he shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years or with fine which may extend to 10 crore rupees. There is a maximum fine 3 years and 10 crore rupees, or with both. And in case the failure or contravention continues, with additional fine which may extend to 25,000 rupees for every day. This is for repeat offences, during which such failure or contravention continues after conviction for the first such failure or contravention. Provided that in case a company fails to comply with any order or award or decision of the tribunal under this Act, such company shall be punishable with fine which may extend to 25 crore rupees. And in case failure or contravention continues, with additional fine which may extend to 1 lakh rupees for every day. And notwithstanding anything contained in CRPC, every offence under this Act shall be deemed to be non-cognizable within the meaning of the said code. Non-cognizable means arrest without warrant cannot be made under this Act, because maximum punishment is 3 years. Then offences by companies. Where any offence under this Act has been committed by a company, every person who at the time of offence was committed was directly in charge of or was responsible by the company for the conduct of any conduct of business of the company as well as company shall be deemed to be guilty of the offence and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. That is a manager, director, etc. So they can be prosecuted for this. Provided that nothing contained in this subsection shall render any such person liable to any punishment provided in this Act if you prove that the offence was committed without his knowledge or that he had exercised all due diligence to prevent the commission of such offence. And notwithstanding contained anything contained in subsection 2, where an offence under this Act has been committed by the company and is proved that offence has been committed with the consent or connivance of or is attributable to any neglect on the part of any director, manager, secretary or other officer of the company. So director, manager, secretary or other officer shall also be deemed to be guilty of the offence and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. So definitions of company and director are given in the explanation. Company also includes firm or association, any other association, any body corporate office, and offenses by government department. In such cases, even the heads of department can be prosecuted. So that is in section 28. Last chapter is about bar of jurisdiction. These are special courts. So these cases can't go to the ordinary civil court. So NGT are specially empowered to say try all the cases under these different environmental laws in India. So this is about the bar of jurisdiction. Then cognizance of offences. So no court shall take cognizance of any offence under this act except on a complaint made by the central government or any authority or office authorized in the behalf of that government, or any person who has been given notice of not less than 60 days in such matter is similar to section 80 of CPC. And no court inferior to that of metropolitan magistrate or a judicial magistrate of the first class shall try any offence punishable under this act. This is the procedural jurisdiction. So minimum it has to be metropolitan magistrate or judicial magistrate first class. That is because the power of prosecution is 3 years maximum punishment, maximum sentence. So this is in line with the provisions given in CRPC chapter 2. Members and staff of tribunal to be public servants. That means they can be prosecuted for corruption, etc. So public servant definition is given under section 21 of IPC. Protection of action taken in good faith. So no suit or other legal proceeding shall lie against the employees of the central government or state government or any statutory authority for anything which is done in good faith or is intended to be done in pursuance of this act or any rule or order made thereunder. This is the power, say, or protection given to the people who are executing this or acting under this act. And no suit, prosecution or legal proceeding shall be lie against the chairperson or judicial member or expert member of the tribunal or any other person authorized by the chairperson or judicial member or the expert member for anything which is in good faith done or intended to be done in pursuance of this act or any rule or order made thereunder. Good faith is defined in say General Clauses Act 1897 as well as in section 52 of the IPC. An act to have overriding effect. So provisions of this act shall have effect notwithstanding anything inconsistent contained in any other law for the time in court or in any instrument having effect by virtue of any law other than this act. So this has overriding effect. That is, if there is inconsistency, that there is something mentioned in other law, something mentioned in this law, then whatever is say written in NGT Act shall be followed, and whatever is written in other act that is inconsistent shall not be followed. That is the meaning of overriding effect. Then power to amend Schedule 1. So central government may amend Schedule 1 by incorporating, say, having regard to objective of environmental protection and conservation of natural resources or omitting therefrom any act already specified therein, and on the date of publication of such notification, such act shall be deemed to be included in or as the case may be omitted from Schedule 1. So Schedule 1 lists all the acts under which the NGT can exercise powers. So this Schedule 1, that is the powers of NGT, can be increased or decreased by the central government. And new acts can be added or some acts may be taken out by the central government. Then power to make rules. So central government is also given rule making power, and for that the procedure is laid down. So these are the subject matters on which the rules can be made. And then amendment of certain enactments. So enactments specified in Schedule 3 to this Act shall be amended in the manner specified therein, and such amendments shall take effect on the date of establishment of the tribunal. So some enactments that are specified in Schedule 3 were amended by this. And the last two sections, there is power to remove difficulties. Since it is a new Act, so if any difficulty arises, it can be done. Difficulties can be removed by an executive order within 2 years. After that, the only remedy is to bring amendment in the parliament. And the repeal and saving. So these two older acts, that is National Environment Tribunal Act 1995 and the National Environment Appellate Authority Act of 1997, are hereby repealed. So instead of these two different types of tribunal, that is Tribunal and Environment Appellate Authority, now there is only one NGT having these 5 regional benches. And notwithstanding such repeal, that is the existing court cases can go on, that is the saving clause. And National Environment Appellate Authority established under subsection 1 of section 3 of the National Environment Appellate Authority Act 1997 shall on the establishment of the National Green Tribunal under the National Green Tribunal Act 2010 stand dissolved. So after formation of NGT, the two older authorities were dissolved in 2010. So this is the effect. And on the dissolution of the National Environment Appellate Authority established under subsection 1 of this, this is about the persons appointed as the chairperson, vice chairperson, and every other person appointed as member of the said National Environment Appellate Authority and holding office at such immediately before the establishment of NGT under the National Green Tribunal Act 2010 shall vacate their respective offices, and no such chairperson, vice chairperson, and other person appointed as member shall be entitled to claim any compensation for the premature termination of the term of his office or of any contract of service. So these existing authorities did not have any claim after establishment of NGT because these authorities were dissolved under this act. And as far as the pending cases, what happens to them? So all cases pending before the Environmental Appellate Authority established under subsection 1 of subsection 3 of the National Environment Appellate Authority Act 1997 on or before establishment of the NGT under the NGT Act shall, on such establishment, stand transferred to the said National Green Tribunal, and the NGT shall dispose of such cases as if they were cases filed under that act. So all the existing cases or the pending cases were transferred to NGT. And officers or other employees who have been immediately before the dissolution of the National Environment Appellate Authority appointed on deputation basis to the NGT, National Environment Appellate Authority shall, on such deputation, stand reverted to their parent cadre ministry or department as the case may be. So they were reverted to their older parent department. And on the dissolution of the National Environment Appellate Authority, officers and other employees appointed on contract basis under the National Environment Appellate Authority and holding office as such immediately before such dissolution shall vacate their respective offices. Contract appointments were terminated, and such officers and other employees shall be entitled to claim compensation for 3 months pay and allowances or pay and allowances for the remaining period of service, whichever is less, for the premature termination of term of their office under their contract of service. So their contracts were terminated after giving 3 months notice. These are all transitory provisions. The mention of the particular matters referred to in subsection 2 to 7 shall not be held to prejudice or affect the general application of section 6 of the General Clauses Act 1897 with regard to the effect of repeal. So that concludes this presentation. Any questions related to this? Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation on the NGT Act. SHHFI Holistic Health Foundation India, and she is Center for Arts, Science and Wellbeing for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation on National Green Tribunal Act in this environment week commencing from 5th June.
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji.
Thank you, sir.
Due to paucity of time, we couldn't take it up. We will also take it up in detail in coming days.
Surely.
So thank you everyone for patiently being with us in the last 8 days. So now I take this opportunity to thank everyone. So without taking much time, yeah, thank you everyone for being with us all the 8 days. and we have a lot of sessions that happen. So we have announced the conference for 1 week, international conference on occupational safety and health, food safety, oceans, environment, climate change, well-being, and sustainable development. As part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav series and as part of India's G20 presidency series, and also as part of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals series, which we were running from more than 2.5 years. Daily, we are organizing awareness programs with dedication, commitment, and we have opened this platform to everyone without any barriers in accessing, joining, presenting, participating, collaborating with us for presentations, participation, and publications. So after announcement of this program, for collaboration, Pure Earth Foundation came forward for collaboration, and also Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development and various other organizations came forward with their collaboration proposals, and we have gone together as we are giving opportunities to many organizations. For all the events, collaborations are also open. So with all the collaborative efforts, we have been successfully able to organize this conference for the 8 days. We have invited for presentations and participations. So total, we had 724 registrations from across the globe, including we have representation from all the states and union territories of India, and also from various countries. Including our own country, India, Afghanistan, Algeria, Bangladesh, Cyprus, Kenya, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan, Philippines, Switzerland, Tanzania, and many other countries. And we have participants and presenters from across the nation. Those who have registered and joined and made this conference successful. And we have invited the presentations and participation through registration, a 5-step process where participants need to register themselves for the participation and presentation, and they need to participate and provide feedback, and based on the registration, attendance, feedback, the participation certificates are generated on a daily basis for each day and will be updated on the website in a week's time after verification. So certificate is purely an optional. If you have opted certificate in the registration form and as well as in the feedback form, then your certificate will be generated subject to fulfillment of registration and subject to fulfillment of minimum attendance criteria, and also feedback for the sessions and overall feedback for the day and as well as for the entire conference. So everything is handled by system. So it is mandatory that everyone follow the system. Then only certificates are generated. So we are not responsible for non-compliance of this procedure because everything is handled by the system in a systematic way. So we request everyone, those if you have not completed these formalities, which has widely publicized and notified in the registration form as well as on the website. We have mentioned it very clearly, even in the email also, the detailed procedure for registration and the presentation guidelines also we have issued in the 5-step procedure, how the presentation has to be made and various aspects of presentation and participation. So as per that, the system will automatically process the data and it will be generating certificates for those who complete all the formalities and who are eligible and who have opted for the certificate. For presenters, there is one additional step after registration. They need to share the details in the specific format. Format is also mentioned in the registration form and also on the website. So participants can also be presenters. Presenters can also register as a participant and presenters. And presenters need to copy the format and paste in the email and fill all the details and attach all the required files like photograph, their CV, and their PPT presentation, along with full paper or abstract, whichever is applicable. If they have opted for co-signatory or a collaborator, then they can also include organization logo and as well as signature, scanned signature. So subject to approval and scrutiny, if it is approved and all the formalities have been verified, then the organizers and the organizing team will let you know regarding the collaboration and other aspects. So already that was completed. So at the initial stage only, so we have completed the collaborations also at the initial stage. So the presenters can share all these details before the conference. All these formalities have to be completed. Everything has been given in a detail, even a small kid can understand in a very simple instructions. So presenters are requested to follow these instructions and complete their formalities so that they become eligible for the certificate. So everything is mentioned on the website. We request everyone to go through the website, no individual queries or no individual queries shall be addressed or entertained on WhatsApp or SMS or through calls, as entire system is automatic. If you have completed, automatically the system could have generated the certificate. If you have not completed, kindly complete at the earliest so that it can generate the certificates for you. So everything is systematic. So there is no intervention required at any stage. You can complete the formality and get your certificate. So all the instructions are available. And if you can't find anything further information which is not available, you can always call us. We are there to help you. But before contacting us, we request you to go through the website. Almost all the information is available on the website, as we constantly keep updating, adding more information where and where, because this is not a new thing for us. And we have been organizing various events since years. Academic events, non-academic events, cultural events, religious events, So we have good experience in organizing various events offline, online, as well as, and we have seen diversity, and based on that, though information looks overloaded, but it is only to facilitate you that wherever you go, you find all the information there. So that is regarding the registrations. So presentation as per the registrations, we have decided initially in this conference that all the presentations which are above half an hour only will be permitted in this conference. So we have permitted those papers which are minimum of 30 minutes each. So there are a few papers which have been accepted and permitted, which are less than 30 minutes, but that was very limited to 5 papers, not more than 5 papers. That, and most of the papers were not accepted because the duration was less, and we thought them to give opportunity in the upcoming conferences. So there is every day there is a session in the form of conference, seminar, webinar. You are always welcome to, because this is a very serious issue, environmental, and we want experienced persons to come and share their experiences and to limit the time within the available time. And the other reason also for not accepting the small papers, I mean short duration papers, are they did not complete the formalities like sharing their details and other things. So that is other reason we thought, okay, we will take up few presentations for short duration as well. But many of them we found they are not, they are not in compliance with the formalities. So we have kept aside. So thus we have only permitted few papers and presentations from invited chief guests, and special guests and invited guests. So we started our day, first day on World Environment Day on 5th June, Monday at 6 p.m. with the commemoration of World Environment Day and International Day for the fight against illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. And then the first day inaugural session was taken up by Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, IPS retired, and a talk was delivered on environment, plastics and pollution as part of inaugural session, and the conference was inaugurated. Then followed by Dr. Jayant Chowdhury, who is founder, Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development, one of our collaborators. He addressed the gathering with the World Environment Day message, followed by Dr. Jayachandra K., Vice President, Pure Earth Foundation. He also delivered his message on World Environment Day. And we have concluded for the day. And the second day, that is on 6th June 2023, Tuesday, we started with the commemoration of Russian Language Day and how our native languages are contributing to the communication and the behavioral change for addressing climate change, environment and sustainable development. And followed by the chief guest for the second day by was Dr. Tulsi Rao, is former DCF. He delivered an inaugural talk for second day on forests and wild management. After that, we had a very good discussion and sharing of feedback, followed by a paper presentation on solar powered plowing by Karthik S. and Nityashri from Bengaluru. And on the third day, we had commemoration of World Food Safety Day at 6 o'clock, then followed by the session by chief guest for day 3 by Dr. Deepak Tirumushi Jada from Manipal International University, Malaysia, on water resource management. So we concluded the day with the discussion, and then we moved on to 4th day, that is 8th June 2023, Thursday. We have commemorated with and started the 4th day with commemoration of World Oceans Day 2023, and then followed by session by our chief guest for the 4th day, Dr. V.N. Rayudu Garu. He is former Deputy Director, TNPC Board, Tamil Nadu, and he delivered his inaugural address for 4th day on ocean pollution and its effects and significance of the World Ocean Day. And then followed by one more presentation by our special guest, Dr. Sheikh Mohammad Hussain from University of Madras, Chennai, on significance of ostracoderm microfossil in the studies of environmental and high energy marine events, case histories from off Chennai coast and Andaman Islands. Then after that, a presentation was followed by Arshad Hussain Malik from Geetham University on analysis of shoreline change for the past 3 decades from 1990 to 2020 in the storm surge region of Bapatla coastal tract of Andhra Pradesh using digital shoreline analysis system. So we concluded for the day. And then on day 5, on 9th June 2023, Friday, we started with the commemorations and followed by the presentation by chief guest for the day 5, Dr. Y. Karnakar Reddy Garu, former head and director and scientist, IMD Hyderabad. On this session, he delivered session on impact of pollution on weather and climate changes. Then followed by session by our invited guest, Shivaram Rao Garu, on divinity in nature and environment. He is a retired head IT services and head process automation from Tata Steel, Jamshedpur, and then followed by feedback and discussions and concluded the day. And then on day 6th, 10th June 2023, we started with commemorations, then followed by the chief inaugural session by the chief guest for the day 6, Professor D. Venkat Reddy Garu. He is professor and head from NITK, Karnataka, Surat-Kal. So he delivered talk on soil formation, pollution conservation, and sustainable development. And then we had another session followed by it after feedback and discussion by our invited guest, Dr. Prasoon Kumar Singh from Indian Institute of Technology, Dhanbad. He delivered talk on scientific issues of rainwater harvesting in water resource management. Followed by the presentations by Sunday Bako from Nigeria. He has presented on topic an overview of hydrogen-fueled internal combustion engine, a tool for combating carbon emissions. And we concluded the day. And then on day 7, that is on 11th June 2023, started with commemorations, and then the inaugural session for the day 7 by the chief guest, Dr. N. Srinivas Rao Garu, delivered talk on significance of oceans in the well-being of the earth. After discussions, we moved on to the second session by our invited guest, Dr. N. Ravinder, Chief Scientist, Research and Development, EPTRI, Hyderabad. He delivered talk on regulation of pollution and responsibilities of citizens. And then a paper presentation by Dr. Vijay Kumari N, who is a resource person and senior faculty from MGNCRE, Hyderabad. She delivered her presentation on mangrove degradation and strategies for conservation. And then followed by one more paper presentation by Mrs. Y. Sunita, Assistant Professor, VJIT, Hyderabad. She delivered her presentation on spatial and temporal analysis of land use and land cover of Hyderabad city using ArcGIS software. Then we concluded for the day. And then today, the last day of the conference, we started with the environment quiz at 6 o'clock. The quiz instructions was provided to all the participants in advance about the quiz. An email was also sent to all the registered participants, and also the information about the quiz was circulated in a WhatsApp group, Facebook, and various other public domains. And at 6:10 p.m., as mentioned, the quiz was opened for the responses, and it was open till 6:30. And as per the request received by many participants that they have accessed the form late, so we have permitted them, but on the condition that they will not be taken into the consideration of merit certificates. So as already informed, only those who submitted their quiz by 6:30 are only considered for merit certification, and those who have submitted their quiz after 6:30 are only eligible for participation certificate and pass certificates. So based on that, the merit has been drawn from the scores obtained by the quiz, and based on that, we have arrived on the top scores, which will be announced by our V.N. Raidu Garu after this report. And yeah, this is it. And this session for the quiz was closed at 6:30 p.m. and we moved on to our chief guest for the day 8, that is today, 12th June 2023. Our chief guest, Sri T. Vijay Kumar, IAS retired, who is also was former Secretary, Government of Telangana, Hyderabad, delivered talk on global warming and climate change. Then followed by our special guest, Dr. K. Jayachandra, who is Vice President, Pure Foundation, delivered his presentation on role of individuals, society, and government in combating pollutions. Then we had commemoration of World Child Labor Day, and finally a presentation by Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji, who is an advocate, RTA resource person, assistant professor from Uttarakhand. He delivered his presentation on very important topic, that is National Green Tribunal Act 2010, which has simplified the complaint and compliance mechanism related to environment. And finally, we concluded the scientific and technical sessions in the conference of 8 days. Initially, it was planned for 1 week. And there was another event that was planned today by our collaborator, Pure Foundation, but they could not they were not able to organize that event, materialize that event today. So we have extended, we have included today also. Initially, it was only till Sunday, yesterday, 1 week. But as they have made initially some plans, but it could not be materialized. So we have extended 1 day, and we have allotted this day for a quiz and also few more presentations. So that's how this 1 week has turned out into 8 days. And followed by this, the report has been presented, that is being presented by the coordinator of the conference, that is myself, Dr. Ravindra. So this was the proceedings of the entire conference for the 8 days. I mean, 1 week plus 1 day additional. So total 8 days conference. So based on this, we request everyone, those who have not completed formalities for the participation or presentation, to complete all the formalities at the earliest before the certificates are generated. So it will take some time to consolidate all these things, though it is automatic, but we will also verify it, and it will take 1 week's time, so that whoever completes all the formalities and has opted and is eligible, their certificates will be generated and uploaded on the website. So you can visit the conference website, which has been shared daily, and all the information has been also sent to your email IDs. And when you have submitted the registration form, you have received a copy of registration form. Even in that also, all the links are available. So all the information is available. Only thing is, like, we are not following the rules and regulations. If we here also, many times it happens, we don't read the instructions, we don't read the webs, we don't go through the registration form, we don't go through a website. And here also we see many people not following, and they are wondering or wandering for their certificates and other things. So read it carefully, take 5 minutes time. It will not take more than that, and complete all the formalities. and rest system will take care. So now coming to quiz. It's time to announce the top scorers of the quiz. So as we have opened quiz at 6:10 p.m. and conclude, the cutoff was 6:30 p.m. for the quiz and 78 participants. 78 participants. Only 78 participants have submitted their quiz by 6:30. So from that 78 participants who have appeared for the quiz, among them, the top scoring, the total number of questions was 30 and the total each question carried 1 mark. So 30 questions, 30 marks, and total time was 20 minutes, including the participant details. So assuming that participant details have taken 5 minutes, so assumed as each question has got 30 seconds to answer. So the highest score was 30. Among that, now we will announce the highest scorers. Now I request Raidu Garu to announce the highest scorers. Raidu Garu, can you see your chat box?
I'll. Not opening. My chat box is not opening. Yeah. The first rank goes to Y. The first rank goes to Dr. Y. Sita. Second to Tejas Rajendra Padalkar by Venkata Shiva Krishna, and it is been shared by 2 people. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. There are two names in each rank, sir.
Okay.
One is faculty, one is student.
Oh, okay.
So you can announce the third rank also.
Third rank. Third rank is Vivek Kumar, Ramawat, Vishnupriya, Suvarna Pujari. It is been shared by 3 people. Kolli, in the first rank, Dr. Y. Sita Kolli Dikit, the two people have shared, and second rank has gone to Tejas Rajendra Padalkar, Y. Venkata Shivakrishna Garu. Third rank goes to Vivek Kumar, Ramavat Vishnupriya, Suvarna Pujari.
Yeah, 3 people, sir, for third rank.
Third rank.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So all these award winners who have scored the highest will be given award certificates, and they will be generated and they will be updated on the website. You can download your merit certificates from the website.
Congratulations all the participants and congratulations to the winners, first 3 winners.
Thank you, Raidu Garu, for announcing the winners for the environment quiz. And I have to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the collaborators, especially Purett Foundation and also Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development, and all the collaborators who have extended their support in promoting the conference. And I should especially thank Dr. D. Venkatreddy Garu and Dr. Raidu Garu, B.N. Raidu Garu, and Dr. Jayachandra, who have been very instrumental in supporting and inviting various resource persons from different walks, different institutions, and extending their support for this. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the presenters and participants, those who have participated in this 8 days international conference. And I congratulate all the participants and especially the quiz winners. Those who have scored top scores, and all the other quiz participants, those who have submitted and those who have qualified, their certificates will also be issued in a week's time on the website. The scores, actually the highest score is for the first rank is 27 by 30. That is, the highest score was 27 marks for the first rankers, and the second rankers, the highest score was 26, and among 26 only we have taken second rankers as well as third rankers. So the highest score is 27. So the scores will be released already. They have been released. If you are able to see, fine. Hope that is clear. And accordingly, the certificates will be prepared and will be available on the website. But ensure that those who have scored and those who have registered, all these participants who have attempted quiz, registration is mandatory. Ensure that you have registered for the conference, because the quiz and the conference registration is same. Those who have registered, but because of a short time, we could not verify whether you have registered or not. But all these, those who have been announced, the top scorers based on their score, have to register. If not registered, then only you will be eligible. Otherwise, you will lose this opportunity. So immediately now we have announced the names, those who are present online. You can, if you have not registered, you are requested to register immediately so that you will be eligible for the award certificate. And those who have attempted, the rest of all is a total 78 people. And apart from that, let me see. Total 138 people as of now has submitted. So all those 138 people who have scored, all these 138 people will get participation certificate. And the rest, those who have qualified in this 138, those who have scored above 50% and above will get pass certificate. And the merit already we have announced, the top ranker certificates, they will get the merit rank certificates. Everything will be available on the website to download in a couple of days. So maybe within a week or after 1 week, you can visit the website and download your certificates. So congratulations, everyone. And once again, I express my sincere gratitude to each one of you and all my team members, especially who are behind this conference working, and all the volunteers, all the contributors, participants, presenters for being with us, supporting with us, and making this conference successful. So with this, we conclude this conference. And once again, I request everyone, those who have not completed formalities, immediately complete the formalities. You are supposed to complete before conference only, but just in case if still any complaints is required, we request everyone to comply and complete your formalities. So we wish you all the success for your future endeavors, and daily events are happening with the same link from 6 to 8 daily. You can join with the same link. For all the events, the joining link is same. And for all the events, the website is same. You can join Facebook or WhatsApp group or Google groups, whatever links have been provided, so that you will keep receiving daily updates. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us and making this event successful. Without you all, this event couldn't have been successful. So once again, I express my sincere, heartfelt gratitude to all of you. So before leaving, we request you to fill the final overall feedback form. So thank you, everyone. Take care. Good night.